Hello, everybody. Welcome to another episode of DOScider. Good to see you, Zoffer. Welcome, welcome, friends. We're going to get right into ranking some DOS games. But first of all, we want to look at our old list of everything that we've rated so far. Sorry, and now I have lost all of my chat. There we go. Hey! Welcome, Samantha Apples. Good to see you. I will do the peace sign with this hand. I don't think I can do it with this one. I did unbandage them. So I've separated the fingies for a little while at least, just to let it breathe. So I can, you know, my middle finger that I dislocated, I can bend slightly. Pretty good. Anyway, I was on a bad accident, so we've had some low-key gaming for the last little while, as I do more stuff that's just one-hand appropriate. But we're gonna kind of continue that today. We've got some point-and-click adventures up on deck. Ooh. I'm just gonna fade that out for now as we go into our top 10 that we have so far, and our bottom 10. Maybe we'll knock something loose today. We've got Day of the Tentacle, Doom, NetHack, Maniac Mansion, Star Wars Dark Forces at number 5, Command and Conquer Red Alert, Descent, Warcraft 2, and Doom 2, Hell on Earth, barely squeaking in to that top 10. And then our bottom 10, we have All Dogs Go to Heaven, First Person Pinball. Also, wait a minute. Yeah, okay. Jetsons by George in Trouble Again, The Flintstones, Dino Lost in Bedrock, Terror in Christmas Town, Scunny Lost in Space, International Ninja Rabbits, new entry from last stream, Descent to Undermountain, which is an Interplay D&D RPG in the Descent engine, which is, I guess, why they called it Descent to Undermountain, but it's definitely in the Descent engine, you can tell. And then to Tongue of the Fat Man and Boppin'. Finally, Scunny Back to the Forest. You've been saved. You are not a bottom 5 worst DOS game of all time anymore. In fact, at this point, we only have one. There's only Scunny Lost in Space. And I think that we've done... God, I feel like we've done all the Scunny games. Scunny Cart, Save Our Pizzas, Back to the Forest. I've done them all before. Lost in Space. Is that all of them? I need to look this up. I gotta know. Scunny series. Oh, there's more. Right! There's also Scunny's Desert Raid. Scunny and Rosie Arcade Compilation Pack. 6 arcade games, including Lost... Okay, yeah. It's just the same games, just in a compilation. So we haven't done Wild West or Desert Raid. I forgot that there was Desert Raid. There's also apparently a Scunny Special Edition that was released in 95? So 2 years after the rest of them. Oh, yeah, I've played this Scunny. This is a different Scunny by a different dev. Which is real weird. Real weird. It might be under a different name and be the same devs. Yeah, I forgot about that. It looks so... Yeah, sorry, I've gone off on a tangent. I'm out. Yeah, that's Scunny. I know him. I'd recognize him anywhere. You're gonna have to do an all Scunny stream. I've done that before. I don't need to do it again. I've done most of the Scunny games. We only have 2 left. Like I said, Desert Raid, 3, I guess. Desert Raid, Wild West, and the Scunny Special Edition, which has nothing to do with any of the other Scunny games. The amazing thing about it is there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there are 6 Scunny games, all released in 1993. The sign of quality. When you can release all of your games at once in one giant pile of vomit. An edition so special that it is unrelated. But, speaking of special editions, well, actually, yes, speaking of special editions, we have, first up, we're going to have all recommended games today, all requests. So, the way that this works, I've been rating every single DOS game in existence. Definitely not a fool's errand, but mostly, if you're a sub or a patron, you can choose a game for me to do, one a month. And you can put in a request into our Discord. There you go. You can send us in whatever you would like me to play. And this one was requested by Ghidorah. And it is essentially a special edition because it is the 25th anniversary Star Trek. If it will actually capture. Hey, there we go. Please choose. We got to do with the CD audio because it has all of the actual original voice actors, which is kind of rad. At least as far as I know. I think all of them came back.
Space, the final frontier. These are the voyages of the Starship Enterprise. Its mission? To explore strange new worlds.
So I've never played this, but it sounds
new
neat.
Civilizations. To boldly go where no man has gone before.
From what I know of this, it's kind of an interesting little piece of media. Because the way that this was done is they got all of the actual actors. Yeah, like that's the whole cast. they got all the main characters, and they, unlike a regular like point and click adventure where it's just like one story. I mean, this isn't purely point and click adventure either. It's got some other elements to it, but it's done as actual Star Trek episodes. So there's like 4 or 5 episodes on this. And it does the whole intro and everything.
Demon World.
Like, it's kind of rad.
Though the Enterprise's primary mission is peaceful exploration, the galaxy holds many surprises. To be prepared, we are conducting a mock battle with the USS Republic.
Captain Patterson reports the Republic is in position and ready to begin, Captain.
The Republic is arming weapons and raising shields. I suggest we do the same, Captain.
Okay. So there are buttons that I looked up in the manual so that we can see this. Where is it? Okay, there's a planet. I'm gonna fire phasers. That's cool. Alright, I'm being fired at. I don't know from where. Shit. I can't see it. Where is it? Where is this other ship? I'm gonna lose this mock battle. Oh, they're like behind us.
Underestimates the Enterprise's warp drives have overloaded and exploded.
Dang.
My engine!
It's just a simulation, Scott.
Captain Patterson says better luck next time, sir.
Damn it.
Lowering shields and disarming
Was
weapons.
there a radar in the middle? Am I that good?
Message coming in
That's
from
probably true.
Starfleet.
On screen, Lieutenant.
I like that it's not a
The
fail.
Enterprise is ordered to travel to Pollux 5. The natives report that alien life forms have been attacking the settlers near a mine at Mount Idle. You are to report to the High Prelate of the colony. The settlers are members of the Acolytes of the Stars sect. The description of the attackers vary, but all say that the attackers resemble creatures from many Earth religions known as demons. Starfleet wants you to determine the nature of these creatures and to resolve the situation without bringing harm to the colonists. Starfleet out.
Oh, you're right. The middle of the bridge. That, I see what you're saying. I see where it would be the radar. Hi, buddy. I should have seen that in the manual, too. Bud. Hi. It was kind of hard to pay attention to what was going on there, actually. 1 second. Oh, but... Getting a lot of cat ass. So we can actually use speed to... K opens Kirk's options?
Captain's log.
Oh, buddy.
We're not
Hi.
in orbit, Captain.
Yeah, I... He just kicked my hand to get me with the mouse. What? What? Man, this is a very fuzzy Star Trek. Hi. Okay, you gotta be careful with my hand, though, bud. My finger is still dislocated. Well, okay, it's not still dislocated, but still healing from one. Hi. Yes. Oh, I know.
Save new game.
Cat. Yes, I know. I know. What? Okay. Thank you. Alright, so we need the main navigational map. My relocated finger, yes. God, I didn't see what it had said that we were supposed to do. We have a list of all the planets inside of the game here. Like, there is actually a map for it in the manual. Hey, buddy, this is really... You're very nice, thank you. It's not time to do this game, apparently. Where were we supposed to go? Alright, so we wanted to go to the... Yes, I know. Thank you. Oh, buddy. What did they call this planet again? Was it Alassi Prime? Oh, God. It was Pollux? No. Bud. Give me a second.
We're off course, Captain.
Instruments indicate that we have crossed the Klingon
No!
zone.
You're
Klingon
starting
ship is
wars,
arming its
Cat.
weapon systems and raising shields.
Damage control standing by, sir.
God damn it,
Message
Cat.
from the Klingon commander, sir.
We've created a galactic incident.
Enterprise, you are in violation of Klingon space. Your ship is forfeit.
Ow, don't bite me. Oh, God. Cat.
Weapons, raising shields.
Alright, too late at raising the shields. Hi, buddy. I know, Hi. I think we're dead. Hi. Can we maybe just start over?
Yes.
So I know where I'm
begin.
going. You are very needy right now. Give me one moment. It's kind of great that you can just go off course and, like, jump right into Klingon space. Yes, I know. I need to see what she said for where we're supposed to go. Okay.
Space.
How? Yes. Thank you. What?
Demon World.
Though the Enterprise's prime...
Captain Patterson reports the Republic is...
The Republic is arming.
Raising shields.
Arming weapons.
That seems like we had a good collision course there, actually.
Captain Patterson extends his congratulations, sir.
Lowering shields and disarming weapons.
Alright,
Coming
we
in
won.
from Starfleet.
On screen, Lieutenant.
Jim, the
Slightly better
Enterprise
this
is ordered
time.
to travel to Pollux 5. The natives report that
Okay,
alien
was
life forms
Pollux.
have been
I was
attacking
right about
settlers
that.
Near a mine at Mount Idle. You are to report to the High Prelate of the colony. The settlers are members of the Acolytes of the Stars sect. The description.
Alright, there are demons out there. Carl Sagan never imagined this demon-haunted world. Okay, you can also do damage control with A and D. Gotcha. It's so funny doing games back in these days. So this was the controls. Weapons, shields, target analysis, and damage control. You know, WASDA. Obviously. Alright, Pollux 5. Number 19. So this is, I'm sure, copy protection. It is in this star sector? Over here? Yeah.
We have arrived at Pollux 5.
There we go. So the number buttons also give us our speed, which we can kind of see in the middle. Can we actually just rant? Alright, I'm curious. Hold up.
Save new game.
Can we just crater ourselves into the... I have to know. Uh-huh. Sir? Sir? Oh, we just bounce off of it. That's kind of funny. Okay, where did it go, though? Alright, we've lost the planet. We bounced off of it, and now it's gone all weird.
Message from High Prelate Robert Angevin, sir.
Welcome, Enterprise.
There, we can
The
call.
High Prelate awaits you. Please, beam down and meet with him.
There's like a communications button. Alright, let's slow ourselves down. And bounce off the planet again, because why not? And off again. And then the landing... Oh, Cat, you are so helpful. He's still laying underneath me and bumping everything. Buddy, buddy. Alright, reverse slow. There we go. Buddy. Oh my god, I can't... He's making this very easy today. Enters or exit orbit is O. Right. Okay, there we go. So we'll enter orbit. Of course it's O.
Standard orbit.
We've got normal bridge view and full screen view. But yeah, this thing's neat, because it's kind of like... Yeah, it's a point-and-click adventure, but we did just have, like, an actual space fight, and you can do things like choose where you're doing damage control, choose, like, which weapons you're firing, and, like, flying around is action. It's not great, but it's there. It's kind of neat. So you can ask Mr. Spock for advice at T, go to the computer with C. I looked at all this, and I know that you can land, and you have, like, the away party stuff, but honestly, I don't know how you actually do transport down. Toggles between movement and fire mode and crew selection mode.
May I respectfully remind the captain that we haven't accomplished our mission.
Oh, that's cool.
Aye, sir.
Yeah, so you can, like, give them commands the whole way for damage control.
Phaser's repaired, Captain.
Pollux 5 has recently emerged from an ice age, sir. It's spring at the moment. Cool, but tolerable. Sensors indicate previously documented flora and fauna. Nothing unusual.
Spock's on the bridge. Spock's on the bridge. Scotty's on the bridge because it makes it easier
The high
for the
prelate
game.
is waiting for you to beam down, sir.
Yeah, lock weapons. Three shields. Okay, how do I beam down, though, actually? Because I read through this, at least a little bit, and none of it says about how to land. Bridge shields. Uh-huh. This is kind of amazing. Computer. Beam?
Tractor beam.
No.
A beam of highly... Transporters.
Thank you. That's great. I'm glad that... Good job, computer. This is so funny. I looked at all this and I never thought that I would have a problem with landing. Because I'm like, okay, there's orbit, there's all this stuff. How do you land? How do you actually transport? Huh. Obviously, we just rocket face first into it. Actually, we did try that, to be fair. And it did not do anything.
The high prelate is waiting for you to beam down.
May I respectfully remind the captain that...
Arming weapons.
Raising shields?
Raising shields.
I don't know how long she can take it.
No, it's not like LRB. Because, like, just to show you what I'm looking at. This is very funny to me. Like... Okay, ship movement. Center, reverse, stop, slowest, half speed, full speed, sure. Opposing ships, yep. Okay, all the characters. Gotcha. We have the keyboard controls. Transporter. Wait, is it the Kirk? Is it on the Kirk stuff?
Captain, the shields are up.
God damn it. Alright, I figured it out. Amazing.
Lowering shields, Captain.
Disarming
Right,
weapons.
of course. You can't transport while you got the shield on, you
Spock,
dope.
come with me. Mr. Scott,
There we go.
you have the con.
There we go. It's not on any of the keyboard controls.
This is so
I
much
was missing
better,
it.
gentlefolk. We are honored at your presence, and hope you will find peace here in our haven.
Captain, the flora on this planet is very interesting. I wonder how useful it may be for medicinal purposes.
McCoy always thinking about the medicinal purposes of the herbs. Good man. And now it's point and click. So you can right click to like look at different things, put it into our inventory. It's a little slow for all the movement. Also, this screen kind of sucks.
I'm Captain James T. Kirk of the USS Enterprise.
There we go.
We have received word that alien life forms are creating problems at your mining facilities at Idle Mountain. Tell me more. Most High Prelate Gibbon, I am honored to meet you. I consider it my divine duty to assist you in any possible way with the spawn of the devil. Been seeing ghosts and boogeymen, eh? I find that a little hard to believe. I'm Captain James T. Kirk of the USS Enterprise. We have received word that alien life forms are creating
Okay, these are pretty good.
Not aliens per
Definitely
se.
choose that one.
We have encountered what we believe are demons at Idle Mountain. Creatures surely emerging from the very gates of hell. Our God would not test us thus without reason. So we believe your might and insight are our God's method to help us discover what is going on.
Aside from seeing demons, has any hard data been collected? Any evidence I could see? Demons? Gates of hell? This is the 23rd century. Aside from seeing demons, has any hard data been demons?
Starfleet recognizes our freedom to worship and believe as we see fit, Captain. I am surprised that you do not share that feeling. Rest assured that Starfleet Command will be informed of your rudeness. A skeptic would consider everything merely anecdotal or unproven. My people will gladly tell you their own stories, so you need not hear it secondhand through me.
What can you tell me about the mine itself? You're wasting the time of a starship capable of destroying this planet with campfire stories? No wonder you were dumped out here in the middle of nowhere. What can you tell me about the mine itself?
I mean, William Shatner is a prick in real life. We could just meta this.
The area is exceptionally stable.
I didn't realize there'd be dialogue
easy for our
choices
machinery
in
to
this
work
way.
in, praise God. We've mined for hafnium and a variety of useful trace elements. The deeper we dig, however, the more anomalous the variety of minerals seems to be. Our Ignatiate brother Stephen has his own theories about why this might be. Either way, the anomalies inspired Brother Canry to conduct studies inside the mine. Yesterday, he reported discovering a strange door. A gate to hell, surely, for the demons caused a cave-in immediately. Canry was trapped, unconscious, and the demons prevent us from rescuing him. We can only hope he is still alive. We need your help, Kirk. You may have no respect for our beliefs, but I hope you will look beyond that. Godspeed.
Yeah, so this little icon is our way of doing, there's like talk, obviously. It's too bad that it's done in this way, because it's kind of, yeah. You can also use keyboard commands. There's T for talk, L for look, G for get, U for use, and then like W for walk, I for inventory. So use would be like us say, oh god, okay. How do I save from here? Because Because normally we would go to Kirk and then save it that way. I'm not sure that we can save on this screen. Which is weird. Dang. Because I really, really, really want to...
Jim, are you out of your mind?
Damn. I wasn't sure if it would just give us a straight, like, go back.
Reading the rocks in this area, I find that this locality may have been disturbed in the distant past. Recent disturbances created by the colonists' construction and mining prevent me from discovering anything further.
Early TNG was painful. There's some parts of early TNG that are good, but yeah, the really early seasons of Next Generation are not great. I haven't seen the original Star Trek, honestly. Not much of it. Mostly the movies. Alright, let's look around.
An old-fashioned computer. It appears to have some type of simulation running. A multi-purpose workspace with fine, well-worn tools and equipment close at hand.
This interface is really
a glass-fronted display of mineral specimens, including a meteorite, a few fossil shells, the skull of a cat-sized alien animal, and a very encrusted twist of metal. An antiquated molecular synthesizer sits in a corner. Assorted pieces of glass rest on this table, from ancient beakers to double burners. A multi-purpose workspace.
There's the save and stuff. Okay.
Save new game.
The UI in this thing is... It's not necessarily bad, but it's not what you'd expect from most, like, early adventure games like this.
Various bushes and shrubs grow along the edge of the forest.
Okay, can't look at the sign then.
On the other side of the trees is Idle Mountain, a tall, forbidding place. You have a vague feeling of danger.
I wonder who they got to narrate. Since they got, like, all the original actors.
Remnants of a recent snowfall cover the ground.
Okay, bunch of hurt people, sure.
You'll understand if I don't stand up, I hope. I am not well.
I feel ya.
James Kirk takes time to rest and ponder the remainder of the mission.
I love, too, that it just gives us a random red shirt. Who we can't even look at.
A grim-faced minor colonist nods curtly at you. A chapel typical of the... A sturdy man of advanced years whose blue eyes meet... Boxes of supplies and mining equipment. The Tellarite appears completely at home surrounded by humans, but the wrinkling on his brow indicates a great deal of worry. He is too busy consoling the... He is too busy consoling the wounded.
Okay.
I am worried about Brother Chubb. Can you examine him, Doctor?
Can you please fix our Chubb? Please? Well, of course. We have the technology.
Jim, this man has suffered severe physical injuries to his head and arm. The wounds have been adequately cared for. However, he has developed a Nugarian infection. If not treated swiftly, the effects can be fatal. The infection can normally be treated with hypoditoxin, but there's none on the Enterprise.
I may be of some assistance. The Lorexian berry grows near the mouth of the cave. If I could acquire it, I would be able to synthesize the hypoditoxin from the berry. Unfortunately, the demons prevent us from approaching the cave entrance. Perhaps you could retrieve it for me.
Alright, let's go retrieve the berry. Set phaser to heal. Kirk's got a good, like, behind the back, hands together resting pose. Demons?
You get no response.
Oh, man. That red shirt didn't last very long.
You see a small explosion, and the Klingon's hand falls to the ground with a
Oh,
dull
right,
thud.
these are the old Klingons.
The firefight is over, Jim. I think you can put that away now. The firefight is over.
Didn't...
The
Oh,
path
wait.
is surrounded by some... Dr. McCoy is still hoping the cold...
I was wondering, I'm like,
They
did we
look
just
like Klingon.
have Spock die?
They
But
look
I guess
like
not.
Klingon.
Captain, we registered phaser fire and an unknown energy beam. Is everyone okay?
We're fine. Did you register any disruptor fire?
No, Captain. Why? Are there Klingons down there?
No, just an idea. Kirk out.
Fascinating. I begin to suspect that we have stumbled upon something that the colonists would never have uncovered.
What is it, Spock?
I wish to gather further data before making a definite conclusion, Captain.
Okay, so this is definitely like something defensively putting up illusions that
Mount Idle rises
would
above
bother
you.
the person that sees it, kind of thing. So the religious people are singing religious icons. We're singing Klingons. That's the thing. Ah, the berries. Let us get the berries.
You have retrieved a sample of berries. You fail to obtain anything.
What? We have a sample of berries. We're good. Inventory. Wait, what? Should not... Oh, I think that... Yes, okay. We have to be here to see that. Go backwards. Drop the stuff off. Hey, Sponge, good to see you. Here's your medicine. So you just use the berries, I guess?
Nothing happens.
Okay.
Good! You
Fine,
have found the berries. Bring them to my lab, quickly.
Nothing happens.
I guess this is the lab? Yeah, it could definitely be, Major Roddenberry. It sounds vaguely like the computer.
The settings on the RDAC 4 have already been adjusted. Simply place the berry in the machine and the hypoditoxin will be synthesized.
Guess this?
The machine synthesizes a quantity of hypoditoxin.
We've got to get this to Brother Chubb as quickly as possible, Jim.
Please. The Chubb does not have much time. Its condition is deteriorating.
Thank you. You're most kind.
Ah, finally, we've firmed up the Chubb. He should be okay now. Okay.
I am Brother Stephen, an Ignatiate following the holy teachings with mind
You're
and
very
soul
kind.
alike.
Done!
I believe the anomalous mineral readings in combination with evidence of ancient disturbances in this otherwise highly stable geologic location indicates previous habitation of the region eons ago.
Why, Spock, you two should get along fine. He sounds just like you.
I would be equally honored to discuss medicine with you, Doctor, as science with your Vulcan associate. Let me continue. I believe our God made humans, aliens, and demons all. If I could get a real demon into my study, I would bless our God for the opportunity, as I thank him for everything in this life.
You tread close to unholy knowledge, Brother Stephen.
I appreciate your prayers, Brother Roberts.
Yeah, we gotta help Brother Chubb stand again.
I hope afterward you will visit me in my study, which is next door.
If only he could become erect
too old
once
to
more.
Make the trek myself,
with
but
all of
I'm
his
eager
injuries.
for knowledge. In return, I will offer you what insights our God grants these old eyes. I am Brother Stephen. I would be equally honored to discuss medicine with you, Doctor, as science with your...
You tread close.
I appreciate your prayers, Brother Roberts. Captain, if you and your people go up the mountain, I hope afterward...
Okay. Which we've already done, so I guess we can go next door and talk to him? And he just teleports over there? Man, if only I had a demon. Then I could really get a Chubb. Or help Chubb, sorry. No, help. That's what I mean.
I never dreamed that Starfleet would be interested in my discoveries, Captain. But our God often surprises us. I never dreamed that...
Okay. I guess that he wants to go further into the mountain and discuss it.
A large pile of rubble blocks what appears to be a large metallic structure.
This seems like a phaser time? Again?
Captain,
maybe?
the structure is extremely unstable. I would not recommend disturbing the lower...
There is no apparent effect.
Assume firing position.
Okay. Gotta target the right area, of course.
Captain, this course of action is ineffectual.
Shut up, Spock. Yeah, it is really weird that it demands very specific spots to be shot.
That's a phaser, not a flashlight, Jim.
That action would be completely illogical, Captain.
But funny. Here, set phaser to heal.
Action would be...
One of the acolytes who was trapped by the rockfall.
Hey, buddy, can you talk? Oh, we
You
can...
get no response.
It highlights like it's somebody that we can talk to, but we can't do anything with it. So let's go... and... medical.
Why would you want to do that? Let's not go misusing a medical kit, Jim.
Hey, Coach Sleepy. Yeah, why would we want to help this guy? Fuck him.
Nothing to report, Captain.
It's just a body.
This is incredible, Jim.
There we go.
I'm picking up faint life sign readings behind this door.
None out here, though. This dude's super dead. Like, unbelievably dead. Huh.
One of the acolytes who was...
Like...
You fail to obtain anything.
And yes, all of these guys are extremely buff. They have incredibly toned backs. Also, just look at our, like, paper doll here for talk, get, use. Shredded. Absolutely shredded.
Damn it, Jim. I'm a doctor, not a bellhop. This man's too hurt.
Yeah, I'm not saying to move... Oh my god. That's why I told you.
Nothing to report, Captain.
That's why I'm telling you to use your medical stuff on him, you idiot. There we go. Okay.
It was a near thing, but he'll live.
So we all just stand there going like, phaser? What do we do here? Grab like every item out of our pack. Shoot him once, you know, try and talk to him a little bit, maybe try and move him. Alright, now we should be able to talk to him.
Oh, thank you, kind souls, for saving my life. Let me rest here for a little before returning to report this miracle to Prelate Angiven.
Okay.
Brother Kandri is barely conscious and is lying still, trying...
Can we open the door?
A large metallic...
Violence will not solve our... Don't you remember the primed...
Jim, you should relax a little.
Got an itchy trigger finger.
That's a phaser.
So... Okay...
Fascinating, Captain. This door is made of an unknown material. It is clearly built by an alien race we have no knowledge of.
Interesting. We use that.
This is incredible.
Life signs. Okay. That Colossal. We don't really need to do that.
Brother Kandri is barely...
Damn it, Jim. I'm a doctor, not a bellhop.
He's too hurt to be moved. So then use something on him, goddammit. Okay. Let's go discuss our findings. Oh, hi. That seems to be the thing that it wants us to do next. Maybe look at the... Actually, let's look at the Klingon bodies a little more. Some of the walking is really slow, like loading between areas. Like how long it takes everybody to settle in and put their hands behind their back. Hi.
This is definitely not a real Klingon, Jim.
This is not a Klingon, Captain. Not a real one. It is an organic construct, an android-like robot. It looks like a Klingon, but the appearance is entirely superficial.
How's Onyong's leg doing? He's fine. He's just a big baby. He just had blood drawn out of it, so he does not like the vet, and he fights like hell. Schmuck knows. We had a post up recently, and my wife has an account for him on Instagram, I believe. I don't really go to Insta. And he had a vet visit yesterday that went poorly, as it always does with you. Hey, buddy. Yeah, you do not like the vet. Can we maybe get anything from them?
You fail to obtain...
He's very, very funny, yeah. Oh, bud. Oh, you're like laying on the mouse again. You make this very difficult to do stuff. I'm just gonna scoot you over, okay? Just a little bit. Don't sit on the mouse. There's lots of other space for you. Not the keyboard either. This big open area. And he's like, yeah, keyboard or mouse. That's where I want to lay.
I never dreamed that...
Okay, well, we went up the mountain.
Brother Kandre was, or is, my partner. I was on the communications link when the demons caused the rockfall and silenced him. He said he'd found a strange door with devilish writing. Truly, he came upon the gate of hell itself.
You know, Jim, they can take a captain out of a starship and a science officer out of his lab, but you can never retire a doctor.
Not the good ones, that's for sure.
My mom wanted me to become a doctor, honest, but I hated my biology classes.
So did I, but I became one anyway.
That is not logical, Doctor.
Neither was some of my professors.
I am Brother Griznash. I went up the mountainside in solitary prayer seeking to face my fears. Indeed, I found them. A bellowing Krognik demon with sharp teeth and a long snout descended upon me in a rush of wind.
Captain, a Krognik demon has a decidedly wolfish appearance. Brother Griznash, is this not the traditional shape of the Evil One and his minions among Tellarites?
It is.
I believe this may be significant, Captain.
I headed up the party that sought to rescue Brother Kandre. Without warning, the demons appeared and attacked us as we approached the mine.
Can you tell us what they looked like?
Like the demons that have plagued devout folk since before our people left the earth. Huge, muscular demons with ruddy skin, truly the manifestation of evil, with bat wings, horns and talons and a pointed tail. God preserve us all. One tore open my arm and I surely would have perished, but for my companions who bore me back down the mountain.
The demons didn't follow you?
No.
My Uncle John lived with the Acolytes a long time ago. He died in their service helping plague victims on New Ontario 6 20 years ago.
The Acolytes did a lot of good work for the needy in this quadrant.
It will be good to help them for a change.
The medical methods of these people seem primitive to me, Doctor.
By our standards, yes. Here the Acolytes prefer a simpler lifestyle. Unfortunately, this is one of the consequences.
Okay. It's really exacting in some of the spots you have to click. You don't click exactly where it wants you to go. Oh, also if you click again, it resets the movement. This game is really interesting. It's kind of a neat premise, and I think that it does a decent job of what it's trying to do. So...
This looks like some of the hand security panels on the Enterprise.
I was just wondering, I'm like, is that a hand thing? So like...
You failed to obtain anything.
Sir, it may be dangerous. Let me try it. I think I was shocked, sir. Sir, it may be dangerous.
I'm surprised that we didn't have him immediately die.
That was definitely a mild shock.
I don't know, let's try it again.
It may be dangerous. Ouch! That hurt!
There's nothing at the moment for me to do there.
So...
It appears to be a security lock designed to open the door when the correct handprint is registered.
We would need the correct handprint. That's the problem.
There's nothing there required.
Interesting how that lights up like we can do things with it. I guess because we can use like the life signs. Can scan it. Yeah. So the Correct hand signature. Can we maybe get that from any of the Klingons? Maybe now we can talk with the guy about what we need to get through here?
Sir, it may...
Because obviously he just it's just this one dipshit that just keeps doing it. Oh! There we go.
Dead, Jim.
Ah, finally. Hey, who else wants to do it? No? Well, because he's not going to medical school. Oh, was the top of the screen cut off? It super is, you're right. Sorry about that. I moved it earlier because of some stuff.
You fail to obtain anything.
Can't, like, drag one of them over there and put their hand on it. It's interesting that they didn't, like, disappear.
They look like Klingons.
I didn't murder a red shirt. He did it himself. He thought that it might be dangerous and kept volunteering. Alright, we found a scanner. Hey, buddy.
I never dreamed.
Computer?
You get no response. An old-fashioned computer. A multi-purpose workspace. A glass-fronted display.
Nothing to report.
I mean, I have to report that we just killed somebody. Or rather, someone died. I'm not responsible.
Boxes of supplies and mining equipment.
Talk to more people again?
I am Brother Griznash.
Captain.
It is.
I believe this.
Alright.
You know, Jim, they can take...
Not the good one.
Brother Kandre was...
I headed up the party that's...
Can you tell us what...
Like the demons that have...
The demons...
No. I headed up the...
Can you tell us what...
Like the
demons...
No.
Should I be using the phaser on the hand panel, I wonder? Okay, it really needs an exact spot to be clicked on that path. The UI for this game is, like, weird, but it's not terrible. It's just strange.
Jim, stop trying to shoot everything.
Alright, there's some good moments and stuff like that, too.
That's a phaser, not a flashlight.
God damn it, stop shooting things. Just stop.
It appears to be a
Okay. So... I guess I never looked
This
at
looks
that.
like some of... A large metallic... A pulsing red light is... A structure built into the surrounding... A cavern deep in Mount... A cavern deep in Mount Idle. A cavern deep in Mount...
It's like
I'm sorry, Jim. Ensign Everts is beyond my help.
I recommend as thorough an analysis of this area as possible.
Okay. Huh.
You fail to obtain any... You fail to obtain...
It's just this whole spot. I don't seem to be able to use there. We've already used most of the items.
Nothing to report.
Fascinating, Captain. Nothing to report, Captain. Nothing to report, Captain.
Yeah, we've got life signs beyond the...
incredible, Jim. I'm picking up faint.
Yeah.
There's nothing there required.
I'm a little stumped on what it wants me to do here. Puzzle games. Check out the berries. Right, I guess I actually want to do like a look.
Facadian moss grows on the cave wall. Idle mountain, idle mountain. Mine entrance, mine entrance.
It's easy to accidentally
Idle
double click
mountain.
through things.
Various types of berry. The mine entrance. A Gindorian fern. A Gindorian fern.
We don't need any more berries.
You fail to obtain. You fail to obtain.
We've done everything we can with these. These fake Klingons, right? So we looked at like...
This is not a Klingon, Captain. Not a
Yeah.
real one. It is an organic construct, an android-like robot.
Oh
It
my
looks
god, there's the hand. Oh, it's a pixel hunt. I see the hand now. We needed to click on the... We clicked on one of the other ones that didn't have the hand separated. I'd even tried. I was like, well, maybe we can like take part of their
You take
hand
the
or get an
Klingon's
imprint.
detached
Nope.
hand.
Adventure games. There we go. Man, it's almost like Ensign Everett didn't need to die. Anyway.
The fit is perfect, but something seems to be shorting out. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. Nothing happens.
No, I don't want to keep clicking there.
I recommend as thorough and...
I'm sorry, Jim. Ensign.
Okay, we can't combine things in our inventory. So I'm going to say that now is the time to go and talk to that guy. Come on.
I never dreamed.
You fail to obtain.
Not obtain. How about, can we show him the hand?
What a
There we
fascinating
go.
piece of equipment. Highly advanced technology. You see here, it seems to have been damaged, however. Take it to my workbench and let's see if it can be repaired. I fear my hands are too shaky to perform such fine work, but perhaps one of you can do it.
Nothing happens.
Mr. Spock, see what you can do about that hand.
Oh, we clicked slightly off. Gotcha. It's a little finicky on all of the
This
controls.
machinery is delicate, but I have managed to repair the circuitry.
Like the long walk-in load times and stuff are a little annoying. Everything's just a little slow and clunky. But at the same time, it's doing so many different things. Like, it is a point-and-click adventure game, but also we have, like, space combat, and it does some interesting things. I like the setup of it being an actual episode, and having all the voice actors is damn neat. Like, it feels like it's really trying to do justice to the series.
The hand circuitry triggers a connection in the door.
Alright. Deeper in. Let's get our phasers set to the cool setting. Yeah, you need the voice acting for this. You need the CD version.
It appears to be an abstract piece of alien art.
Nope. God. Like, it's easy to click off of things, and it feels like you want to just have this highlight and do context things, but you have to go to this weird menu first. And selecting the right thing here is strange.
Fascinating, Captain. It is a diagram of a lunar eclipse of this planet. See how the red sphere, the moon, is casting a shadow on the blue sphere, Pollux 5. This must be a very old piece of work, because this planet's moon was destroyed thousands of years ago. The machinery is waiting for the gravitational pull of another eclipse to activate it. An eclipse that will never come. And one other thing, Captain. This may also be a diagram showing the proper settings on that control panel.
Ah, okay.
This control panel is a manual override for the alien life support equipment. This alien construction takes readings of mental activity. It also activates manufacturing equipment related to security and includes a short-distance transportation device.
Okay, can we walk through this screen? No. Like, the transitions between screens are a little clunky in that they don't really tell you what you can do. Also, apparently, I need to use... There we go. Okay. Huh.
Nothing happens.
So we need red at half, yellow at full, probably. I'm guessing that the shadow doesn't mean anything. It's all about this. And then this would be, I don't know, 1? So, I mean, I guess that means that we want it there?
Nothing happens.
Fascinating, Captain. It is a diagram of a lunar eclipse of this planet. See how the red sphere, the machinery is waiting for the gravitational pull of another eclipse to activate it. An eclipse that will never come. And one other thing, Captain. This alien construction...
Okay, so how about we just use this? We cannot just use that. Interesting.
Nothing happens.
This is a very old and very complex life support system. It appears to still be operational.
It is an alien life support system, Captain, utilizing geothermal energy. It is still functioning, waiting for some sort of signal.
Huh. Okay, so we definitely need to do something with that control panel. It's just very unclear as to what.
You fail to obtain...
Yeah, I was gonna say, I imagine we can't grab
You
something.
fail to obtain...
I'm gonna guess that shooting it is a bad idea. This one was like
This alien construction takes
mental
readings
activity?
of mental activity. It also activates manufacturing equipment related to security and includes a short distance.
Okay. Do we use the hand to activate
Nothing
that?
happens.
No. It's not a hand panel.
This appears to control some unusual...
Huh. Like, I'm uncertain what this means. Like, does this need to be 0 then? Or like low?
Nothing happens.
I have to imagine that red
There's
is
nothing
halfway.
at the moment for me to do there. There is nothing at the moment from. There is nothing at the moment from.
I can't do anything there. Huh. So there's supposedly a clue. To where these are supposed to be positioned.
Nothing happens.
Fascinating, Captain. It is a diagram of a lunar eclipse of this planet. See how the red sphere, the moon, is casting a shadow on the blue sphere, Pollux 5. This must be a very old piece of work, because this planet's moon was... The machinery is waiting for the gravitational pull of another eclipse to activate it. An eclipse that will never come. And one other thing, Captain. This may also be a diagram showing the proper settings on that control panel.
Huh.
This control panel...
I am very uncertain as to what it wants from me here. And obviously, like, we need the settings to match up, but I don't know how this tells me settings.
Nothing happens.
That's not what I meant to do. Huh. I mean, like, cast a shadow onto there. We've tried it at 1. We've tried it at 5. It's also weird that it's doing, like, it seems like it's got... The middle is where it goes to the lowest. Huh. This one is not jiving with me, apparently. Do they all need to be in the middle? Hey, Depressed Cat, good to see you. Because then they're all aligned?
Welcome to our home. Thank you for repairing our somnambutron.
Stop. You're trespassing on Federation territory.
Classic overthink the solution. Alright, fine, fair enough, gotcha. No, it's an eclipse, they all line up, that's what an eclipse is. Okay, yeah, fair. You know, fair.
I welcome you on behalf of the United Federation of Planets. Who are you? Where you come from? We did fix your machine. Can we write the repair bill off against rent on this land? Stop. I welcome
Kirk
you
the
on behalf of
landlord.
the United Federation of Planets. Who are you? Where do you come from?
It's really weird. There's dialogue options because it doesn't. That's maybe the oddest choice on this thing so far. I get all the rest of the trappings, and it's been really cohesive and interesting because of that. This is the one thing that, like, as much as it is a self-contained episode of Star Trek where you have to do everything, right? Like, you have to go in, you gotta, like, move the ship into orbit, you have to, like, find the right planet. I will not touch my other fingers because this one's still broken. Hey! Linkin Park Dragon Ball AMV, thank you for the follow. That's amazing. I dislocated this finger like a week ago, so I can't do anything with it. I've just now taken off the bandages and decided to let it breathe for a little while. But, like, all of it makes perfect sense as an episode of Star Trek. And then suddenly you can just have Kirk be like, hey, fuck you. It's just, like, totally out of character for no reason. I don't know why.
Millions. Thousands of years ago, we saw that meteor impacts were going to cause an ice age. We created this huge underground shelter to preserve our race, keeping us in suspended animation until the planet had recovered. We programmed the machinery to revive us at the next eclipse, but we did not count on the destruction of our moon.
Some advanced civilization.
Like,
perhaps you can tell us about the demons. Perhaps you can tell us about the demons.
The demons, as you call them, are created by a machine designed to keep intruders away from our sleep
kind of what we
chambers.
figured. Pretty obvious.
It pulls from the minds of any approaching creature their most feared enemy and produces replicas to scare them away. For you and your crew, it was Klingons. For the Tellarites, a wolf demon. And for the other humans, a demon from their religion. On behalf of my people, thank you for waking us. I will turn off the machinery which creates our guardians, so that they no longer bedevil those with whom we now share our home. Oh, woe! Alas! The key is missing. I can do nothing. Even we will suffer the attacks of our own guardians unless the key can be found. I implore you, if you can help, please do so.
The dialogue works better on some other missions. Fair enough. It's still, it feels really out of place. It feels like it's not necessary.
The alien emerged from this metal chamber. The alien emerged from this metal chamber.
This seems to be a cryogenic suspension chamber, Captain.
Hey, McCoy, is it alive?
This life form appears to be intelligent, a new sentient race. There appears to be a resemblance between it and the Celotis, although the present forms are quite small and definitely non-sentient.
Okay. We need to find the key.
Have you found the key?
Thank you. I'm going for an X-ray on my shoulder tomorrow. Because my shoulder is also still maybe even more painful than my finger is. Okay. Is that a key?
You fail to obtain anything.
Because it looks like there's something off of the arm of this thing. There's been some pixel honey bullshit here, which is annoying.
You fail to obtain...
Especially since I don't think that the art style here isn't bad, but it's not clear enough for pixel hunts, that's for sure.
I never dreamed that...
Okay. So nobody will talk and give us different things yet. Does Uhura have any information? Phaser set to pixels.
I am Brother Grisnak.
Captain,
It is.
I believe this may be...
I headed up the party that sought to...
Can you tell us what they look
like? The demon...
The demons?
No.
Brother Kandre was...
So where did Brother Kandre go, anyway? We healed him a little bit, fixed him up, and now he's just... fucked off?
Remnants of a recent...
Oh, is there maybe... Hold up. I just realized, in this lab, there were all these, like, rocks and things. Is there maybe something in here?
A glass-fronted display of mineral specimens, including a meteorite, a few fossil shells.
Yeah, the encrusted twist of metal.
The glass case is...
It's locked, huh? How about...
Jim, that would destroy the glass case.
You sure would.
Jim, that would destroy... Jim, that would destroy the glass...
You've clued into what I'm trying to do.
A glass-fronted display...
I never drew...
There's a lot of... finding, like... Okay, I know what they want. How do I get...
You look but see nothing
the
of
thing
note.
that I want?
Assorted pieces of glass. An old-fashioned...
Can I just... Hold up. It's locked, so can
You
I...
are interested in my little
There we go.
museum of curiosities?
Looks like a pile of junk if you ask me. Yes, tell us about these things. Where did you find all this? Looks like a pile of junk. Yes, tell us about these things.
I enjoy talking about these treasures. Shall I go into mineral specimens? Meteorite, fossil skull of a twist of metal. This chunk of rock is a greatly weathered example of a vanadium tungsten alloy, which doesn't occur naturally. It is my best evidence that the area was previously inhabited. Shall I go into mineral specimens?
Almost too many verbs in a way. A little bit. It's more that, like... The UI is very strange. It's not necessarily terrible, but it's a little clunky in that use and your inventory are connected in a strange way. Like, everything, it feels like I would get used to it pretty quickly. And back in the day, I wouldn't have had as much of a problem with it. But because controls have gotten standardized over the years, mostly for good, it makes this strange way that they're doing things just feel off.
Meteor fossil skull of a small alien animal.
And I do not like the stupid, like, paper doll that they have for talk, look, chat. Like, that's all just... That part's bad. Bad, bad, bad. There are keyboard shortcuts for it, but I can't really use this hand that well, so I'm not trying to use too many of them.
Fossil meteorite,
Do I have
minerals,
to go over
true
all of them?
curiosities, nothing. Shall I go into mineral specimen? Meteor, I believe this is evidence of the cataclysm which destroyed the moon of Pollux 5 eons past. I've constructed a theoretical model based on analysis of the planet's rings of what things might have been like. I think that the moon, like Earth's moon, would have made a total eclipse of the sun possible. I would have liked to have seen that. For conditions making a perfect total eclipse are rare in the universe. Our God creates great wonders. Shall I go into mineral specimens?
I do love that the moon of this planet got obliterated, and somehow this previous alien race is totally fine just coming out on the surface and living in, like, the same conditions.
Meteorite.
I feel like if the moon got
Fossil
destroyed, surface conditions might shift slightly.
One of the oldest forms I've seen on this planet. Our God makes peace. Shall I go into mineral specimen? Meteor fossil skull of a skull of a modern Silati, the largest creature native to this planet. About the size of a house cat from Earth. The Salatis combine a rather insectoid pattern with four-legged reptilian form, including praying mantis-like forelimbs. Shall I go into mineral specimens, or would you rather move on to something else? Mineral,
there we
very
go.
well. I can't imagine why, but if you have a further interest in any of this, take what you like. But
Thank
please
you,
remember
there we
to
go. Okay.
You are interested in my...
Looks like a pile of junk if you ask me. Yes, tell us about. Where did you find... Looks like a pile of junk if you... Yes, tell us
know,
where
but
did
I
you
wanna-
find all this?
It said take them. Oh wait, I have to
Looks like a
not
pile
use
of
it. I have
Everything
to...
of this world.
Right. We have to go get and then do it. Yeah, puzzling out how to get the game to do things is a little awkward. Sure. Grab all of it. The paper doll thing is a little inexcusable considering it's not like this is the first point-and-click adventure. I agree a little bit. Adventure game UI was pretty solved at this point. They decided to layer on some, like, extra flair and style to it, but all it does is make it so that it's, like, yes, exactly. It's creative, but less functional. Finding the right spot to click to move is also obnoxious.
Jim, think about that skull we picked up from Brother Stephen. Now look at this alien. See the resemblance?
Yes. I don't know if that's relevant, but sure. Okay, so the key. The twist of metal. Is this it?
You found the key.
There we go.
I can now turn off the machinery creating our guardians, and no more sentience shall be at risk. Surely the Holy One smiles upon us all. I have no way to thank you, Captain, but please carry this request from my people to yours. We have much ancient knowledge we can share, and we would like to join your Federation. Go in peace.
I will be glad to accept your application to the Federation. We shall have a diplomatic envoy sent to make the final arrangements.
We look forward to meeting them. We also look forward to having discourse with the colonists. Farewell. May the Holy One bless you.
Live long and prosper.
Kirk to Enterprise. Beam us up, Mr. Scott.
Alright, and that is an episode, I guess.
Message from Starfleet.
On screen, Lieutenant.
We have read your report on the problems at Pollux 5 and evaluate your performance at 75%. You and your crew received 2 commendation points. Well done, Captain. Keep up the good work.
I might have known there weren't any demons.
We all have demons of our own, Bones. The ones we can't confront are often the hardest to deal with.
These demons were based on fear, Captain. A human failing.
I don't know, Spock. Everything that I've ever read about demons describes them as having pointy ears.
Episode done. A solid C. And that's kind of how I feel about that episode. I don't know if the better episodes later on are better.
From Starfleet, Captain.
On screen, Lieutenant.
The USS Enterprise is to report immediately to Beta Miamid. The USS Masada has failed to report as scheduled. Determine nature of delay and take whatever measures are necessary.
Set course for Beta Miamid, sir.
Alright, Beta Miamid. I want to look at the start of this second episode, but then I think we're ready to rate and move on to our next game, because I got a couple here today. This one felt like a point and click that I could get into a little faster because it is episodic and set out so, like, simply in a way. It is there. I love a good copy protection that you can just brute force through.
There is an unidentified ship closing rapidly. Weapons on and shields up.
Uh-oh.
Arming weapons.
Raising shield.
Oh yes, I did. Yeah, we had the
on screen, Lieutenant.
Leave the
Klingons come in.
system immediately. You're interfering in Elasi affairs.
We are conducting a search and rescue mission for the USS Masada. It was last reported in this system. We cannot leave until we can confirm its location and condition.
So be it. You have been warned. Prepare to die.
Yeah, we immediately crossed into the neutral zone and got messed up. Distances are really hard to judge with this. I also just love that you just phase through the enemy ship. This is kind of what I was hoping for, is there'd be a bit of this, specifically, so I could get a better handle on how it feels. Not great. Alright, let's go to damage control. Fix the nacelles?
Aye, sir.
I believe that's the nacelle. Ah, we did it. Alright, also, can we, like...
Aye, sir. Bridge repaired, Captain.
Ship's initial intercept course was from the last known position.
So we skipped through the first part because we were still clicking, trying to shoot. Unfortunate. It looks like we have damage to our sensor.
Aye, sir.
So it left?
Sensors repaired, Captain.
I skipped something unknowingly.
There she is, Captain. She does not appear to be seriously damaged. Her shields are up, and 27 life forms are aboard.
Hailing the ship, Captain.
Greetings, Federation Imperialists. I am Elasi Seraph, and I have claimed this ship as a blow for freedom against Federation tyranny.
This is Captain James T. Kirk of the USS Enterprise. You are illegally in possession of Starfleet property. This is Captain James T. Kirk of the USS Enterprise. Listen, Lassie. Hand over the ship and hostages now, or things are going to get very nasty. This is Captain James T. Kirk of the USS Enterprise. Mr. Elassie, it appears... This is Captain James T. Kirk of the USS Enterprise. You are illegally in possession of Starfleet property.
Yeah, I think that he said that already.
The infamous Captain Kirk. The Masada is mine. You will release 25 political prisoners I specify, or I will destroy the ship and its crew. The list of those wrongfully imprisoned should be coming over to you now.
Data file captured, Captain. Computer indicates they were all convicted of piracy with various counts of murder and mayhem thrown in.
Freeing the prisoners you requested will take time. We have to track down their current locations, and Starfleet will have to grant permission to move them here. I will get that started. You should tender a show of good faith on your part. Will you beam over so we can discuss negotiations face to face? We can work together on this, Elassie. How about beaming some of the hostages over as a show of good faith? Freeing the prisoners you request...
What? Lower my shield so you can beam over a war party? I'm not stupid, Captain. We'll play by my rules.
So long as the shields are up, Captain, our hands are tied.
The Enterprise can overpower the Masada and take her, but the pirates would have all the time they need to kill every one of the hostages.
Will you send over data on the whereabouts and conditions of my falsely accused clansmen languishing in your dungeons, Captain?
Very well, we'll do it your way. I will put together the data packet. Kirk out. Your fellow Elassie have been tried in Federation courts of law and found guilty of their crimes. We'll listen to your complaints if you discuss them reasonably. Forget it, Elassie Seraph. You'll be the next one languishing on a Federation penal planet. Unless you drop... Very well, we'll do it your way. Your fellow Elassie have been tried in Federation courts of law and found guilty of their crimes. We'll listen to your complaints if you discuss them reasonably.
These hostages are being tried by the Elassie justice system. You have the final say, Captain, whether they receive the death penalty or not. Elasi Seraph out.
Disarming weapons. Arming weapons.
Okay. Can't fire on it? Thought that'd be a fun way to end this mission.
Hailing the ship, Captain.
Do you have the data packet, Kirk?
Not yet. They're still working.
Captain, there is now one fewer life form.
Okay, hold up.
Hailing the ship, Captain.
Do you have the data packet?
Not yet. They're still working.
Captain, there is now one...
Okay, so that means 25. Can we do it so that there's no people on board? I'm actually curious. Let me just see this. This is important science for us to rank this. I mean, obviously there's got to be one of the 27 has to be him, right? You'd think. Okay, so we're at 2.
Hailing the ship, Captain.
Do you have the data packet?
Not yet.
Captain, there is...
Hailing the ship,
Do
Captain.
you have the...
Not yet. They're still...
Captain, there is now...
Hailing the ship, Captain.
Do you have the data...
Not yet.
Captain, there is now...
Message from Starfleet, Captain.
Kirk, you have completely mishandled this situation with the Masada. I hereby order you to break off negotiations immediately before any more damage is done. Your behavior will be reviewed for disciplinary action. I'll be frank, Kirk. Starfleet expects more of you than that.
Does it just end it? It let us do 5.
Love's labor jeopardized.
Oh wow, and you just fail the mission and it just goes to the next one.
Priority message from Starfleet.
On screen, Lieutenant.
A raid across the Romulan neutral zone has placed Starfleet Research Station ARC-7 in jeopardy. Proceed immediately to ARC-7.
Okay. And yeah, so if we fail the copy protection, this is the place we're supposed to go. If we just go to a random planet.
We're off course, Captain.
Instruments indicate...
Trouble, Captain. Romulan.
Damage control standing by.
Message from the Romulan...
On screen, Lieutenant.
Enterprise, you are in violation of Romulan space. My orders are specific.
Arming weapons.
Raising shields.
Man, they fuck you up fast. Holy
The
shit.
Enterprise has been destroyed. Load a previously saved game. Restart the game. Quit the game.
Alright. Well, there is Star Trek 25th Anniversary. This game is neat. I'm gonna put on a little background music. We have a couple of other things that I want to check, so I gotta figure this out fast. It's one of those games where the combat sucks. Right? Like, the combat's not great. It's kind of neat that you can do, though, all of the different things, like having the damage control, you have to raise weapons and shields and do all that kind of stuff. That it has, like, the negotiation side of Star Trek, as well as, like, the landing party adventure things. Like, I can forgive it quite a bit of clunkiness because of what it is trying to accomplish, right? Like, it's doing so many different things, and it's really more of a, like, vibes piece. And it nails the vibe, right? Even down to, we got our red shirt killed immediately. They got enough complaints about the ship combat that this actually got a patch for the .exe that added a hotkey to skip it. Oh, I didn't think it was that bad, but maybe I haven't seen enough of it. It's not great, but I don't know, I thought it was kind of fun to, like, order damage control and stuff while you're doing the combat. Even if the combat sucked, in a way it was still kind of interesting to do. It gets harder. Yeah, fair. Yeah, hard ship combat and that's gotta be a bit of big failing then. Let me just turn this down a little bit, actually. Hey, buddy. You've been very active on stream today. Hello. Oh no, we've crossed into the cat neutral zone, and we've detected another ship. Mwah. Hi. Red alert.
Yeah.
Okay, what do you see?
The boy.
Hi. Okay. That being said, as a whole package, this is a really neat game. I think that some of the UI is clunky, some of the combat's clunky, but it's, again, it's forgivable for how much it's trying to do a really unique thing, and honestly how much of it gets right, or close enough to right to be interesting. If that makes sense. Like, I can forgive it for the gameplay being clunky as long as it nails, like, the rest of the feel of trying to get, like, the full Star Trek feeling of it. And I think that it was, like, kind of damn cool. You're watching a bunch of really like the second game. Is there one after this? Like a direct sequel to this? Huh, I didn't know that. There is a sequel. Dang, okay, that's neat. I did not know that there was a sequel to this. Like, I know that there is a, there's like the Next Generation point and click. Was that the one that you're talking about? And yeah, Star Trek itself is pretty clunky sometimes. Like, that first story was very... It's... Honestly, the bigger problem in some ways, that first story was extremely bland, basic Star Trek, right? Like, it's like... Yeah, okay, it looks like demons, oh, but it's actually aliens! We kind of had the plot in, like, the first 30 seconds, but it took an hour to do, if that makes sense. And obviously, like, the UI is clunky, stuff like that. Again, I still feel like I can definitely forgive it a bunch of that, just because of what it's trying to do and how much it gets it. The sequel's judgment rights, I do see that, okay. Huh. Yeah, I'd be interested in looking at that sometime. In any case, as far as rating this itself, I like it more than Space Quest 3. Like, I actually think this is a really cool little game. That is really, really neat. It's just so rare to get, like, a branded video game, and especially at this time, that, like, it doesn't just end up being a decent game, but in fact just nails what the actual show is. And this, like, really is, I mean, it's got the voice actors, like, it's kind of exactly what you want. It's got every single part of this. Yeah, compare this to the Doctor Who game. Yes. Yeah. Where you're just like side-scrolling shoot 'em up that's just ridiculously hard and clunky as fuck. All the controls suck. Dalek attack. Yeah. Woof. Woof. The sequel game is the last time DeForest Kelley played McCoy? Really? That can't be right, because... That doesn't seem right. Undiscovered Country had to come out after that, didn't it? No, it's 91? Dang, the last Star Trek movie's earlier than I thought. Huh. Yeah, this is just such like a perfect reflection of the media. It's one of those games where I have to rate it as, like, if you're a Star Trek fan, this is everything that you want, right? Like, maybe the gameplay isn't 100% there, but it's got like your away team, you've got like all the original voice actors, you've got it done episodically, like it's almost perfect for what I'd want if I like wanted to play an episode of Star Trek. It's super cool that way. And even just like the variety of different missions so that you get like the different types of episodes where you've got like the branching dialogue and stuff. Like we said, the dialogue was really clunky in that first one, but I kind of get the point of it, seeing the second one and it being the hostage mission. Like figuring out like, okay, how am I supposed to like negotiate a settlement here is a really cool thing to do. This is a super neat game. I kind of love this thing. Yeah. The thing with the next generation is it's easy to forget how old it is. Because you go like, well, I mean, like, DS9 was starting almost in the 2000s, right? Like, and the original series was still going at that point. Like, it went on forever. So, I mean, like, it's... You think of it as like a 90s show, but I mean, it was mid-80s when it started. And then you go, oh, right, yeah, huh. Which is the same thing that I did with Undiscovered Country, the last of the original Star Trek movies. I was like, that had to be like 95, right? Because it's halfway through Next Generation kind of stuff. But it's like, yeah, 91. Right. Okay. Yep. Fair enough. So 93 for the next game makes sense as the last time McCoy showed up. God, people are going to be real... shaking their heads at this, but I think I might like it more than Secret of Monkey Island. There's some great jokes in Monkey Island. The puzzles in Monkey Island are so good, though. I guess the failing of this, it's so hard to look at this game in a way because on the one side, the puzzles are light, the combat's light, the UI's kind of bad. But as a whole, putting all of those pieces together to make a whole and looking at it as like a Star Trek game that does Star Trek in an appropriate way bumps it way up, right? All of the individual pieces are kind of like the pixel art's fine. The UI is not great, but fine. The combat's like not great. It's got some interesting things in it, got some really clunky things in it, so it ends up kind of fun. Like, everything is mid, but as a whole, it seems great. So I'm having trouble rating that for that reason. I need to figure out something that I can do for it, but there's nothing in specific that I can point to as being good. Like, I don't think the writing was particularly amazing, although it did lead to some very funny situations because you can just go off script in some very weird ways. Yeah, Star Trek always feels kind of timeless. Yeah, a little bit, that too. This is yeah, definitely more than the sum of its parts by a lot. Like, if I look at, like, okay, is the pixel art better than Secret of Monkey Island? No. Are the puzzles better? No. Are the jokes or anything better? Like, no. Monkey Island's very witty, like, it's got some neat things and such involved in it, but, like, as a whole, I kind of want to rate it higher, which is weird. Because it just feels like what it's going for, it nails so perfectly. Honestly, it makes sense to be rated around here too, because I actually think that it's very similar in a way to Castles, in that the UI and some of the clunkiness is excused by all of the things that it's drilling down into, and how much it lets you kind of get that specific thing that you want out of it. It's my list, feel free to upset people. Yeah, I'm also just thinking of myself, like, where I'd actually want to rate this. I like Star Trek, too. Like, I do like Star Trek. I think this was a really neat game. This game is cool as hell. Let's look down and think about, like, where exactly would I rate it over? It's definitely better than, like... I like it more than Duke Nukem 2. And I like it more than Prince of Persia 2. I'm gonna like it more than Lemmings, honestly. And more than Absolute Pinball. Yeah, I'm gonna rate it over Monkey Island. I like it more than Monkey Island. I don't think I can rate it higher than Strahd's Possession, though. Strahd's Possession had, like, a really cool aesthetic and stuff like that, too. Like, it's very similar in a way, in that some of it is clunky, but the way that it does a D&D adventure and actually has, like, a lot of voice work and kind of story around it is really, really well done, in a way that most RPGs at the time were just strictly dungeon crawlers, and it did a much better job of that than most. I think that Strahd's Possession is a little better than that. I think it goes right here. Better than Monkey Island. Put it on the fucking box. Hot damn. Star Trek is such an institution, it's very hard to remember that the first series only ran for 3 years. Yeah, especially when you think, like, TNG ran for, what, 10 or 11 seasons? Which is why we look at it and we go, like, well, it's a 90s show, obviously, but it's an 80s show, too, right? Like, it's both. And then you had, like, DS9 and Voyager and all that feel very TNG, like, they feel very Next Generation, and those ones go much more into the 2000s, right? And I think are a lot worse in general. Was it 7 seasons? Was it only 7? For some reason I thought it was 10. Huh. I guess that I should believe you. It's just weird to imagine. God, to 94. It's so weird to imagine that it ended in 94. DS9 was really good. Voyager, though. Voyager has, like, some high highs, but some low lows. Yeah. The first couple of seasons were pretty, in Next Generation, yes. There's some really good episodes in the first few seasons, too, though. In any case, enough Star Trek talk. Let's move on to our next game. Because we also have one that was requested by another person. That one was by Ghidorah, by the way. This one was a request specifically for yesterday, but I had some stuff come up with his vet appointment and all that it ended up being more involved than I thought. And you'll probably know immediately from that music what this is. Because this is It Came from the Desert. And this was requested by Loaf Sneeze. Apparently this got a movie, like, in the last decade. It's like 2017 or something? Which is weird, because I never even heard of this game. And when you search for it, all you get is the movie, not the game. Today or 2 days ago works better than yesterday. Initial release was on the 16th. For them, that is. Is that a movie based on this again? Like a different movie? Alright, give me one moment. I forgot to turn on my light. Which is burning out. Seizure warning for a moment. Oh, there we go. Oh, no. Hey, there we go. Them is a movie from 1954. Today is the 70th anniversary. Oh, okay. And this is based on them, and then the movie is based on, the more recent movie is based on this. Time is a flat circle. Gotcha. I'd been living in a small desert town for about a month. I'm a geologist, and in my game, the most interesting rocks always end up in the least interesting places. Welcome to Lizard Breath USA, another tumbleweed truck stop, where the jokes are worse than the coffee, and every day is pretty much like every other. At least until the meteoroid Stolhein's A221357 fell out of the sky and landed pretty much on top of Wiley Jeter's semi-secret still outside of town. Wiley was okay, and business picked up quite a bit at O'Riordan's, I think. So the locals figured it as a net gain overall. I had been out rock hunting and was thinking how good it felt to be home again when there was a knock at the door. Hey, Alias! Welcome, welcome. Good to see all you cool raiders. We are currently in the middle of a show that I call DOScider, where we've been ranking every DOS game in existence. We're about 150 in. Subs and patrons can request a game a month, and this is currently It Came From the Desert from Loaf Sneeze. Welcome, everybody. I've been doing some point and clicks recently because I guess I don't have I actually took the bandages off for a little while. I just want to try and, move my finger a bit. Hope I'm doing well. Yeah, I'm recovering. I have an x-ray tomorrow because I flipped over the handlebars of my bike a week ago. 2 weeks now, I guess. And moved this finger at a nice 90-degree angle. As well as, I think, tearing my rotator cuff and a few other things. So I'm a little fucked up. So we've been doing some gentler things. I'm trying. I think that I can probably hold a controller now a little bit. I can bend. This is the finger that was bent, and I can bend it a little bit. I can do that. So I can get kind of grippy. Yeah, you can't trust bikes. In fact, if you'd like to see a horrible gore photo, I do have it. Spoiler alert, this thing really sucks to look at. So, gore warning. Again, I won't show it on stream, but I will link it. So if you want to look at the picture of my finger bent at a very weird angle, you can look at it there. Don't vomit. I've already told you. It's not that bad, I don't think. But also, I know that other people, yeah, have problems with that. Yes, no, I know to keep exercising my movements. This is not my first dislocation. At one point, I also flipped over my bike 15 years ago, and I had these bones, my radius and my ulna, go up to about here in my shoulder. So I've done it before. That one, when I shoved these bones up to here, I walked up to the ambulance at the time because I actually had to hike out to meet them. Long story. And the paramedic that first saw me turned and vomited, which is never a good sign, as it turns out. That one took me a couple of years of recovery. Alright, we have a meteorite that landed out by the still. We just got into a new game. This is It Came From the Desert. Answer the door, flashing. Gotcha. I did give up biking for a long time, but also, yeah. Yeah, of course, Alias. You have a good one. Thank you for being here. By the way, too, if you're here and you haven't followed Alias, You definitely should. Alias is a big lover of roguelikes, much like we are. I do a lot of old DOS games, but also a lot of roguelikes. I've been going through... I'm very variety at this point. But we do Rogue's Day on the weekends. And in fact, I have this whole setup for Rogue's Day now. Hey. So we have, like, little side bets and quests and things like that to do. So we've got a whole little thing. Do a secondary thing. Here's them samples you was looking for, Doc. Alright. I'll give you a look-see as to where they's from. But if you got a mind to know. In the month that G's had worked for me, I never had seen his donkey so agitated. As I was about to ask about it, I heard Biff coming in the back door. Alright, let's learn more about G's ass. Yeah. Ever since that dang blasted meteor hit, she won't go near that volcano to the south. Stubborn as a mule. No offense, darling. I love the donkey's just still here. Hi? Look at the samples, I suppose. Jeepers, this is spooky, Doc. One of these samples has a weird glow to it. Make a call. Who has a Geiger counter? And maybe we should walk away from the cool glowy rock. Anytime that I ever see this kind of thing in a game, yeah, glowing rock's always good to handle. I always immediately go to the post, and I've shown it before, but I have to show it again, of the person being like, it's weird, every time I take a photo of this container, if you know what I'm talking about, let me see if I can find it. It was in Russian. Yeah, I don't know if I can find it easily. But there was a post on, like, Russian Reddit where somebody's like, I found this old lead canister, and I take photos of it, and it's fine, but then every time I open it up, I take photos, and there's all this weird white spots that show up on it. And people are like, you might want to close that, run, and then go to a doctor. Because that is extremely radioactive. That's what's happening. That's radiation going into your camera lens and blowing it out. It's like radiation particles hitting the camera lens and overexposing the image, so it's got all these white spots all over it. So if you ever take a photo of something and you see that as a professional photographer, I can tell you that's what it's doing. You need to get away from that. Don't do that. You have a very, like, slow, bad Geiger counter. Yeah, my friend's Geiger counter is broken. It keeps going off while I'm taking all these photos. Alright. Yeah, hand me the cool, glowy one. I want to rub all over it. What the? It just lit everything on fire? Okay, if we just let this happen... I'm now very curious. That was very sudden. Oh, apparently, is it scripted that this happens, I wonder? I had the smell of smoke in my nose as I came to. Nurse Judy was a welcome sight at the foot of the bed. Doctor, you really should grow up and stop playing with fire. You've got some minor smoke damage in your lungs, but nothing serious. You should be out of here in a day or so. A day or so? I had to get out of this place. Accept treatment. Hey, listen, smoke inhalation is no joke. Felt good to be up and around again. The rest had done me some good, but I'd lost some time. I needed to get back to work. Alright, so now we can decide where we would like to go next. Radio station, the University Lab. Springs. This is a really neat way to do things. Yeah, it's real time, yeah. There was a bunch of adventure games that tried to do that. DOScider also did it too. This one's actually got it like... a bunch of different mines. Yeah. This one has it obvious, which is kind of nice. Yeah, you're probably intended to play a bunch of times to see all the different things in it. Quarry, sure. A lot of the early adventure games felt like they were trying to get a bit of choose your own adventure in there. We saw a bit of that with the Star Trek game too, how the branching dialogue paths and stuff like that. I think that the Sierra games kind of capture that a little bit with all the deaths, right? And how much you want to, like, see all the deaths and check that out. National Guard Armory. Oh, it's cool. It's got a little legend down here, even. So where is our place? I guess it burned down. I do also like that it's K-Bug radio. Weirdens. Home base. There we go. As I pondered my next move, I heard a weak knock on the door. Thank heaven there's someone here. My car was forced off the road and my girlfriend, she's disappeared. You gotta help me. She was beautiful and vaguely familiar. Alright. Just sleep. I'm gonna go to bed. I was asleep in the backseat of the car when all of a sudden my girlfriend screams and I hear the car hit something and go off the road. I must have struck my head on the back of the seat or something because the next thing I know, I wake up, my girlfriend's gone, and the car's stuck in the sand. We've got to do something. Yeah, our house is doing great for all the smoke damage and stuff, right? We don't need no cops. Let's go to the car. I'm a doctor. We can handle this. Jackie's car was stuck in the sand and going nowhere. Its radiator was bashed in. There was some grayish liquid on the road where the car had hit something. The liquid is already evaporated in the desert heat. I scooped up a little of what was left into an empty pop bottle and was about to suggest that we head back into town when Jackie screamed. She was stooped next to a large barrel cactus and held up a scarf that she recognized as her friend's. I then spotted a woman's tennis shoe about 20 feet north of the car and suddenly had this weird feeling that it was time to go. Jackie demanded we look further. I mean, yeah, we should try and find out where her friend went. Against my her friend. They're just pals. Against my better judgment, I followed the marks in the sand. Jackie urged me on from a safe distance. About 50 yards out, I found what looked like a piece of some kind of organic matter. I walked back to the truck and promised Jackie I'd get whatever it was over to the university lab. She said she appreciated everything I'd done for her, and then added a request to stay at my house for a few days until her friend showed up. Sure. She promised I'd never know she was around, but somehow I doubted that. Then there was this strange sound. There we go. I'm a doctor with a gun. My gun clicked on an empty chamber. If the ant came at me now, it's creature bait. Decided to reload my gun, just in case. Got him. Oh, Jesus. Oh, this is rad. Weird. Doc, what do you do with all these explosives? Jesus Christ, bud. Get back here, you piece of shit. I picked up a piece of one of the ants. I wondered what Dr. Wells would think of this. I imagine University Lab is a good place to go. Show Dr. Wells the evidence of the creature that I had brought. Now, we're getting somewhere. Leave this with me. I should have the test results by tomorrow. But yeah, Them is the giant ant movie. Everything else is a reference either to it or to this, which is a reference to the first one. Fair enough. Huh. Man, you do not want to stay at my house. It catches fire often, and it currently has some weird glowing rock with some strange background radiation in it. To be fair, this is 1951. We might have just been like, glowing rock, cool. Although, really, at 1951, they'd have been more into nuclear stuff rather than less, I would say. Yeah, normally you don't get grenade until you reach level 50 and pick your tenor skill tree. Yeah, when you get tenured, they give you a supply of grenades, true. I'm not a doctor, so I didn't really realize that. Okay. So we can call different places. Gotcha. Let's leave. Let's go look around. Is there a way for us to find that sample that we left? Mayor's office. Mayor, there's giant fucking bugs. I should be telling this to everybody, I think. Doctor, what a surprise. How are those studies going with that little old meteorite? It's spawning a bunch of big fucking bugs. Mayor Festus Bartlett. They've got some good names. Alright, I'm digging this. I hope we can calm all this crazy talk about the meteorite before our festival guests arrive next week. This year's pageant is mighty important to all of us. Put us on the map for future development. I know you'll do your part. Got all the classic tropes. The mayor that doesn't want to acknowledge it because there's money about to come in. Okay, so I can't seem to get anything from around here. Gotcha. This is less of a, like, point-and-click adventure game than I thought it would be, and I'm not sure exactly what to call this. Definitely an adventure game of some kind. A little Harvester in the like, town map side of things. Let's go to the pub and tell everybody about the giant ants, please. As I walked in, I heard a guy say at the bar, "You know what they're saying." "What?" "It's a sign from heaven. Something miraculous is about to happen." "Yeah, it would be a miracle if you just shut your fat trap for once, Elroy." "Wait, now I saw it on the TV. Whenever a meteor hits, it means something humongous is gonna happen. Like when Julius Caesar was born out there and this meteor came down." "Well, I'd rather watch Julius LaRosa on the Arthur Godfrey show, Elroy. Do you mind? Listen, that's all a bunch of lizard mung. Suppose you're going to tell me that these things out around Pump House 3 are connected to the meteor." Alright. What things? Oh, never mind. Pump House 3, huh? Honestly, it does feel weird that we've already had a bunch of giant ants come out of the desert and had to fight them. And we're just going to be like, let's go down to the bar. What do you want to do? I don't know. Should I tell anybody? Yeah, we've got a scientist looking at it. It's fine. Like, what? Should we do no? Man, we got a lot of active volcanoes in the area. So, I mean, these are the mines. Quarry, all the different farms. Are these pump houses? Yes, okay. The watchman's shack was locked. I decided not to wait until he came back. Okay. We decided to wait until he came back. Gotcha. Well, let's... It's a little late, but let's go and... Oh, 11:48 p.m. Oh my god, because the ETA. Gotcha. Nothing's happening here. Well, probably time to go home and sleep then. House was quiet. I woke up from a much-needed sleep and pondered my next move. There was a knock on the door. "Hey, Doc. Just got back from a camping trip southwest of the quarry. Found this thing that looked like a deer leg, but then I checked out and realized it was some part of something much bigger. Kept my gun with me in my sleeping bag after that, but let me tell you, have a look-see. What do you suppose it could be?" "That neighbor seems nice. That thing he brought you. Could it have anything to do with Susie's disappearance?" I wasn't listening to a thing she said, just watching those softly pouting cherry lips kissing words across the room to me. Jesus Christ. Sure, Jackie. Whatever you say. There are giant ants, sir. Yeah, I wonder how it tracks the health about, like, if you skip sleeping or don't do the treatment. Well, we could go and check out that campsite, but we have the university lab stuff going on already. "Greg, I've looked at the results of the test we did on that tissue you collected. Are you sitting down? It's from a harvester ant. An enormous one. Do not have a good feeling about this. You need to talk to the mayor. How about this other evidence you brought? Greg, the fluid stuff is basically formic acid, at about the same concentration you'd find in a common ant. But if we factor in some volumetric calculations based on the quantity you discovered, the ant that it came from would have to be as big as 4 railroad cars. Something's desperately wrong. Yeah, I've seen them and fought them. You want any more ant info? Greg, with ants this big, the only place they'll be vulnerable to pistol shots is their antennae. Okay. It's the way they sense their environment. If you can shoot off both their antennae, they'll lose contact with the others and die. Gotcha. Alright, let's call the mayor. Oh, can't. Alright, fine. A 40-minute drive to get there. This is a big, spread-out town. What's all this fuss about evidence? Have you got anything to prove these creatures of yours exist? I mean, a bunch of corpses in the desert? Showed him the fluid analysis from Dr. Wells. I can never understand what the heck Dr. Wells is talking about. You better have somebody reputable recheck these results. The university professor? What? I let him see the analysis of the tissue samples I'd collected. Doctor, you've got to understand something. Dr. Wells' reports aren't worth the paper they're printed on. He's an intellectual screwball. I'm sure this tissue junk you call evidence has some logical explanation. Doctor, I'm a reasonable man, but I've also got quite a temper when people waste my time. Now clear out and let me run this town. We still have our gun, right? There's something else here that we moused over for a second. Oh, there it is. Oh, Main Street. You can just go to Main Street. Oh, neat. Huh. I really expected this to be a point-and-click adventure, and it's just super not. It's kind of a text adventure. It's really more of just like a choose-your-own-adventure book. Hi, buddy. Hi. Alright, let's go to the map and check out where that guy was saying he was camping. Or, actually, the pump station probably got the guard back on it. Hi. No one's home. Ah, buddy. Interesting. So he would have said that he was out camping near the southwest crater, right? Like, by the quarry, yeah. Let's just look at the quarry then. These two guys look like they could do Laurel and Hardy routines. I was about to ask them a question when the stout one spoke. You're not another reporter, are you? I've already told Bird everything I know. Stifle it, Wilbur. Mr. Wilbur here is a little on edge. We were just about to head into town, so we'll have to ask you to leave. Yeah, it feels like I'm just off on time for everything that it's asking for me. Go look at the volcano here. Yes, these games definitely want you to play them through a bunch of times. I will say there's something to be said about, like, these games are meant for a time where you probably would have not had another game to play. Like, this is the one game that you bought for the month, or, like, 6. One of your, like, 3 games of the year, so play it through, discover all of its secrets, and then put it down. You kind of have to. There's nothing else you can do with it. You don't have any other options besides going back to a game you might already own. But like, a lot of them are just these kinds of one-of experiences. Unless you have NetHack, our number 3 DOS game, I think. Go to the hot springs and enjoy ourselves. Time passes fast, too. Did say the reporter. 9 a.m. Gotcha. Let's go to the cops. I guess. All I can tell you is we're checking out these reports of lights out around the pipeline and trying to provide support as needed for the miners at your plant. Okay. Nine hours of sleep. Whew. Getting some beauty rest. What the hell is Neptune Hall? I wonder. Like, is that an aquarium? Ice and the Hellcats came out of nowhere and roared by inches from my truck. Ice shouted something about chicken. They disappeared ahead of me, but I knew they were only turning around. Any minute now, they'd be coming for me. 2 tons of hot iron bearing down on my hood ornament. Is there like a gang of like motorcycle? Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, fair enough. Jesus. What the hell? What's with these fuckers? Doc, you've been in a car crash. Nothing seriously wrong with you, but we're trying to keep you here for a day or so for observation. By the way, Ice is really mad about you wrecking his car. He said he'd be waiting for you at Beverly's Drive-In to finish what's been started. Give me my gun. Oh, wow. Yeah, there's like a lot of mini-game stuff here.
There you go. There you go. That's the guy.
Staff were too quick for me. They jabbed me with a hypo, and my legs turned to jelly as the tranquilizer took effect. The orderlies threw me back into bed and strapped me down. Guess I was staying whether I liked it or not. This is neat. It's something. 6 p.m. Okay. Oh, it's the weird lodge society of the town. Gotcha. Hey, would you like our Neptune fluid? Sure, why not? That's a thing that's really kind of gone away, right? All the, like, Moose Lodge kind of stuff. We have some of those in our town, too. Like, we've got, like, an Eagle Hall or something, like... Who goes there? This is a restricted area. Strictly off limits. Haul your butt out of here. On the double, mister. Alright, fine. Decided not to argue and moved on. It's very weird how much we've already encountered giant ants, but we can't do anything about it. 3 hours hours and 40 minutes. That's going to take forever. And then to get back down to here is going to be impossible. Thinking about where else to go. Maybe to one of the mines? They said they were trying to go to the ore plant because of the lights at night. So maybe we go there at night? I don't know when this pump station is open is the thing. Every time we go there, there's no one around. Hmm. 429. 2 hours to get there. Good lord. Alright, let's go fuck up ice. So, you had the guts to show up, Sawbones. Boys, give me some room. I'm gonna make Swiss cheese out of this guy. What? What? Did we get made Swiss cheese out of? The game just went to desktop, so I'm guessing that that was a death screen? Worst part is I didn't save anything. Oh. Although it acts like I have something. Huh. How is the ETA for Beverly 0 minutes? So it's like we're already there? Yeah. That was a very strange death ending. I kind of want to know if that's just the way that it does death. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Let's go to the stud farm and then go back and see if something new happens. There's no one around. Okay. Alright, the gang's out somewhere. Probably too late at night. So if we go up to the ore plant, it said there were lights at night. So maybe we should go there now that it's like 9. The place was closed. Let's wander around the desert in the middle of the night and see what happens. Decided not to wait until he came back. That's what we got before. But then, yeah, it just kicks us out. Weird. Ice and the Hellcats came in of nowhere and roared by. Chicken. Alright. Like, The tires on Ice's car screamed as he swerved off the road. As I drove by, he raised his fist and challenged me to meet him at Beverly's Drive-In for a final showdown. Okay. So that must have been a weird crash. This can't be. I must be dreaming. It's really, really hard to aim at the antenna with this. There we go. Alright, got one. I had to stop eating so late. What a nightmare. Heard a weak knock on the door. Okay, so this is the beginning of the game. Okay, we'll offer to help. Let's go. Okay, let's look further, which means I'm going to do the same thing to try and get the ants. I want to see if we just don't do anything, if it just crashes the desktop, like if that's just the death screens. Kind of curious. Take this car. Game is incredibly horny. You're lucky they found you, Doc. Whatever you tangled with one, you're going to be with us for 2 days at least. Oh, something about the ant I tangled with. Honestly, Doc, I'm not really into the high sciences, but it's bugs you want to know about. Dr. Wells over at the university lab is the guy to see. Yes, that must have been a weird crash instead of anything else. Escaping the dang hospital is not easy.
There we go.
Oh my god, they instantly saw me. Hold up, hold up, hold up. I really can't leave that way? That's a door. Why can I not? God damn it.
That's the guy.
Oh my god. Oh, hold up.
That's the guy.
Oh. Oh my god, that is a lot of orderlies. Okay. Was it that I wasn't on the right floor? Is this the first floor? Them being able to see you from off screen and catch you is a little rough. I've got to guess that it's down this way where that front door was.
There we go.
Okay. I guess that's what happens when you get caught. This game's a little clunky in some ways. Oh, hold up. Got a kitty in front again. Having that track casting that casting that G's dropped off looked at. Wasn't much for a normal sample. Should have something in a few days. Alright. Yeah, we're getting somewhere. Leave this to me. It should be have test results by tomorrow. Sure. Let's go to the hot springs, I suppose. Listen, Doc, I don't want to be what you call impolite here, but me and my boys are too busy to listen to any stories about meteors. If you got proof something strange is happening, I'll listen. But if you don't, we don't have time for any social calls. Giant ants! Giant ants everywhere! Ah, the fortune teller. There we go. And she's out. Alright. Fair enough. Let's go talk to the quarry guys. Oh. Never seen anything like it before. Okay. So, like, I'm trying to go back to the area that in our previous playthrough that guy had mentioned. Because I feel like that's actually a lot of what this game would involve. Hello? Alright, so they were out on lunch break. There's no one around. Lazy quarry assholes. These bums. We'll go to the service station, I suppose. Let's go look around. This is a neat premise, but it's hard to get things to go. That woman's been in your house for days. I guess you made your choice. Now get out of here and leave me alone. What? What? I suppose that's like another romantic thing that we could have happen, maybe? Huh. Jesus Christ. I'm not exactly sure what to do about that one. Like, how do we not crash into them? Ah, training mission. Mm-hmm. Alright, Ice, listen up. Yeah, that just crashes. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I'm guessing if we swerve before he does, that totals the car. I don't know. Weird. So if we can't do that one... It kind of sucks we don't get to see the end of that little, like, side quest storyline thing. I can't even go back to my house and, like, talk to the girl there. It's very weird. No visiting allowed. Alright. How about... Oh, we already went and saw the police. Found an abandoned car. Take it over to Williams' lab. Alright, we'll take the tape. Now, we're getting somewhere. So I wonder how much this game gets into problems of, like, with the K-Bug radio thing. Because it's on a time and it expects you to do certain things, and, like, you kind of have all these relationships with people, that you're going to just miss things, and people will kind of talk to you about stuff that you weren't around for or haven't seen, which in a way is neat, but also it feels really disjointed in some of it. Like how much she was just like, well, I'm not talking to you. You had that girl at your house. And it's, lady, I've never seen you before. Never seen you before in my life. The fuck are you talking about? I guess let's just go home. Get a good 8 hours. You know, 7 to 3. Go talk to the dairy guy. Oh, they always say that farmers are up the crack of dawn, but look at this. Oh my god. See, it's demanding that I finish this. Like, it wants me to finish that quest, but also I can't because it crashes. I don't know if that's just a problem with my game here, or if that was like a known problem. Hard to say. The process of sounds brought us, and we were stumped for a while. But then we compared it to a series of slowed down insect vocalizations and got a match. It's a harvester ant. Okay. Creatures that size and destructive power could spread armies of death and terror across the globe in a matter of months. Certain doom for mankind. We must spread the word, Greg. Everyone thinks I'm an old egghead. They never believe me. You must convince them. How about this other evidence you brought? It's from a big giant ant. It's all giant ants. Alright, either shoot off their antennae or throw our university issued grenades at them. Either way, we're probably good. So, talk to the reporter. I was way over to Neptune Hall. Okay. Okay, but where's Bert? I feel like I don't need the fluid since we've already gotten that evidence. We got it from the truck site. How about the fortune teller? There's much danger in the area around Pump House 3. We keep going there, but nothing happens. Let's go talk to the mayor. We got tons of evidence. Alright, here's the fluid analysis. New scientists so ready to believe anything. Here's the sound recording. It's like a Spike Jones record. Alright. Showed Mac the evidence I had. Hey, you gotta believe me. You can call an alert and me and my boys will be right behind you. Okay. Huh. So we need somebody reputable to do it. That's probably closed. Nothing's happening here. We just couldn't find Bert. Go to the radio station? Dusty was on the air and couldn't talk to me. This game is really neat in practice and on paper, and it sure has an aesthetic to it. But getting things to happen is kind of weird trial and error. I don't know, go back to Pump House 3? Like, what time do I need to be here that this actually works? Alright, starting to feel a bit tired. Actually, what happens if we just stay up? What if we don't go to bed? It's neat that it doesn't let you, like, save scum at all. This thing is really trying to go for something in specific. As people said, this is definitely a game that wants you to play it a bunch of times. Feeling real tired. My body let me know it. I'm guessing that we're going to go and collapse and go to the hospital. Can only get there through the ore plant. Okay. I see. Yep. Looks like you just fell asleep at the wheel, Doc. You need your 7 hours of shut-eye, just like the rest of us. Okay. Alright, escape the hospital. Again. It's very Hotline Miami-esque, this part.
There we go. There we go.
can't believe whoever designed this game didn't pull a 72-hour marathon. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't do those, by the way. You will start hallucinating. Twitch doesn't like you to do that anymore, as it turns out. Okay, there's the front door, I'm guessing. Oh god. Yeah, alright, they're just blocking the room. Last time we did that, you literally had auditory hallucinations. I did it for charity, and I stopped when I was playing Magic the Gathering. I was at like 68 hours or something, and I finally quit because I was playing Magic, and I started being like, okay, so I attack with my Wumpus into their Grink, and it deals 5 damage, and people were like, none of these cards exist. What the fuck are you talking about? And when I got cognizant enough to realize that I was making up board states and hallucinating them, I realized I should probably go to bed. Alright, I kind of want to check more of this game out another time, but I think I have enough to rate it for now. I've gotten a feel for this game. The thing that it immediately reminds me of, because of the time pressure and the way that, like, it's kind of wanting to replay the same things over and over again. God, I bumped my hand. I'm acting like I should probably just wrap it up again just to, like, protect it better. But it kind of reminds me of DOScider immediately. Just in the time pressure mechanic and how much you're kind of, like, going back and being like, okay, well, this happens at 5 o'clock on Tuesday, so that means I can go and phone this person at 4 o'clock and stop that from happening. Like, you can kind of do all this weird, like, replaying meta information stuff. That it's a really neat idea on paper. And I feel like in actuality, it leads you to doing a lot less engaging with the story and a lot more, like, metagaming kind of things. I don't hate it. And I think it's done a lot better in this. There's a lot of things this does a lot better than DOScider. But so much of what we were doing was like, okay, so-and-so said this at this time. Are they there now? No. Okay. So you'd have to, like, write a lot of notes and be like, okay, this shop is open from 9 till 4, because it doesn't let me go after 4. So you have to, like, really route things out and plan it in a way that just becomes more tedious than fun, even though it's a really neat idea when you first look at it. That being said, I really liked the characters and, like, the aesthetic of the idea, and everything's neat. It has that very, like, Tremors kind of feel for it. Like, it does nail that monster aesthetic. So I'm definitely there for that. I kind of like that it's not a point-and-click adventure game, that it is almost more choose-your-own-adventure. There's a lot less kind of tedious puzzle bullshit to go through. Although then, the only part of the game that you have is just matching up the schedules, which becomes its own version of tedious bullshit. It's another one of those ones that comes into the long list of, I'd like to check out more of it later. But I'm not, like, so certain how much I want to go back to it. I'd say I like it more than, like, a Space Quest 3. But I don't think it beats... I don't think it beats Castles 2. Castles 2 is a really cool game. Now, this is a very random way of looking at it. Two very similar games, right? I like Network Q-Rack Rally more than this. As far as, like, esoteric bullshit goes, in a way, it's kind of similar to Sim Earth. It's less unhinged than Star Trek Castles Ravenloft Monkey Island bit earlier. All of this sounds absolutely unhinged, because it is. There is no reasonable way to rank these. So I'm going to put this at just above Sim Earth, because that makes sense to me. This game is really neat, but also just needs, like, something more. NetHack versus Doom is a hell of a discussion, yes. But a necessary one as we do this. Thanks to that recommendation, Love Sneeze. This is a really... It's such a unique experience in a way. And it just wants to play that music. Like... Problem is, like, I don't know what I would want to, do if I went back to it. Like, I want to see more of it, but it feels like it's frustrating me at every point, if that makes sense. Like, it's... Again, it's something that, on paper, I love all of the things that it's doing. Trying to find unusual stuff for recommendations. It's a really neat one, yeah. That one seems like you need a guide to see a lot of what the story is. But that makes it not a great game, if that makes sense. So it's an interesting one for sure. It's still a really cool game. I would love to discover more about it. But it's just annoying enough and bullshit enough to be frustrating. Like, I was getting annoyed at going to every place and it just being like, closed, closed, closed. And it's like, God, I'm gonna have to spend like 2 hours just going like, okay, I can have this conversation at this time, at this location. Mark that down, restart the game. Alright, and then I can have this conversation at this time, at this location. So if I route it out, I can go from here to then here, which then gives me enough evidence to go and talk to the mayor again and get something new to happen. Like, it's... It requires a lot of sleuthing to get anywhere in a way that's not super conducive to fun. And having the crash with the literal crash or the other metaphorical crash of my game to desktop is the literal car crash versus the crash to desktop there. Kind of obnoxious. Yes. The difference between the Star Trek one and this is that the Star Trek game, when it was failing at doing something, it was failing forward, in a way, right? Like, it was kind of clunky, but I could just jump right back into where I was. Whereas this, I'm trying to tease something out of it, and it's just not giving me anything, right? Like, the Star Trek 1, it's, okay, I know that it needs me to do something here, but it's going to take me like a minute and a half to try and go through all the options of stuff that I have to do to get the right verb for what I want. This one is, it's going to take me 45 minutes to go around to each location, and then I'll have to write down the one time that something happens when someone's there, and then I need to reset the whole game and do that again. That is far more frustrating, right? Its clunk is way up on the scale, and honestly, like, Star Trek has the advantage of it's from a franchise that you already know, like, the puzzles are easier, but that's to its advantage again, because you're not spending all this time being frustrated about it in the same way. And you at least get, like, the dialogue with all of the characters that you want. Stuff like that. So it definitely moves it up the list. 12 spots, apparently. And then, our last request, which was, I think, Deranged Dan? It sure was. I almost didn't accept this, but I eventually found the DOS version of this, because this is a game that is... It's not a DOS game, it's a PDP-10 game. And if you're like, what the fuck is a PDP-10? Well... yeah. Wait, what? I mean, the game's not installed. There we go. This, as a way to cap off adventure game, is Microsoft Adventure, also known as a port of the 1976 game, Colossal Cave Adventure, which is where we get the name Adventure Games. Which cave image? Oh, hello. There we go. Was it hard to find? Exodus just has it. It's hard to find because if you look at Adventure and you look for Colossal Cave Adventure, you get about 20 different ports of it. That's the problem. Oh, honey, PDP-10 is a tape-driven computer. Oh, yes. Yeah. Yeah. This is... It's known as Adventure in a lot of places because it was Colossal Cave Adventure, written by... was it Woods? Woods was the second guy that came in, right? Who was the first one again? I do actually have this information somewhere. Let me just take a look. Will Crowther, right. Will Crowther wrote the original. And then Dan Woods came in, found it, added in a bunch of things. And it was just adventure.exe. So everybody went, oh, it's Adventure Game. But it was actually Colossal Cave Adventure. And it spawned a million different, like, weird spin-offs, which is why, like I was saying with Sponge, that's why the hard part about finding it was if you search for Colossal Cave Adventure, there's all these different later versions that people have added extra things to or taken things away from, or, like, there was eventually like an adventure kit kind of thing that was released where you could make your own text adventures in the style of adventure, just adding to it. So what version do I grab? I eventually grabbed this one, which was the Microsoft released ported adventure from 1981 for the release of IBM PCs. Because this is ancient. So even when you say 1976 as the release date for this, That's not really accurate. That's when it was written by Crowther. But nobody got it as a release. It was just on a PDP thing that he did as like a test to do this game. That there wasn't games yet on a computer. And so then it got discovered by Dan Woods, and he added to it, and it just kind of grew organic, or Don Woods, sorry. And it kind of grew organically from there in a lot of ways, right? Like it's been ported to tons and tons of devices, and it got added bits and pieces and changed all along the way because it was incredibly hard to port because it's a tape-driven computer that you're trying to take all of the stuff off of and then put it into a language that more modern computers could actually understand. So yeah, like getting a version of this that is a DOS version is interesting. But this is the Microsoft one. This is kind of the most official DOS port that you can find. And, I mean, it's pre-Zork text adventure. This is kind of the first one. So we'll see how it goes, because speaking of esoteric bullshit, I figure this is a great way to cap off, like, shorter adventure game day. Somewhere nearby is Colossal Cave, where others have found fortunes and treasure and gold. Though it is rumored that some who enter are never seen again. Magic is said to work in the cave. I will be your eyes and hands. Direct me with commands of 1 or 2 words. I should warn you that I look at only the first 4 letters of each word, so you'll have to enter northeast as NE to distinguish it from north. Should you get stuck, type help for some general hints. For information how to end your adventure, etc., type info. All right. You are standing at the end of a road before a small brick building. Around you is a forest. A small stream flows out of the building and down a gully. So we could look, which just says the same thing. So enter. Can we enter the building? There we go. You're inside a building. A well house for a large spring. So I do know, I think we can do like keys, take keys, lamp. Sorry, it's very hard to type with my hand. Hunt and pecker only. And water. Okay, what do you want to do with the food? What do you want to do with the water? So take lamp. Maybe I needed to do take keys, then take lamp, then take food. Maybe that's what it was. Okay. Yeah. The words are a bit cut off, but that's just the way that it's... That's the game. It's on my end, too. Yeah, I don't know what else to do with that part of things. This game is, again, old enough that even trying to emulate it is a little bit of a nightmare. Was it cut off? Well, what do you want to do with the what? Oh, maybe? Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe that's what it is. I see what you're saying. So, exits? You're at end of road again. Down a gully. So... south? You're in a valley in a forest beside a stream tumbling along a rocky bed. Okay. Keep going south. As your feet splash all the water of the stream... At your feet, all the water of the stream splashes into a 2-inch slit in the rock. Downstream, the stream bed is bare rock. No. You don't fit through a 2-inch slit. Fair. You are in a 20-foot depression floored with bare dirt. Set into the dirt is a strong steel grate mounted in concrete. A dry stream bed leads into the depression. The gate is locked. Open. Gate is now unlocked. Enter. A small chamber beneath a 3x3 steel grate to the surface. A low crawl over cobbles leads inward to the west. You're crawling over cobbles in a low passage. There's dim light at the east end of the passage. There is a small wicker cage discarded nearby. Look cage. It's a small cage discarded nearby. Under your adventures. Early, say quit. If you want to see how they're doing, say score. Oh, okay. It was probably for getting killed or for quitting. The former costs you more. Ah, so you lose points just for saving your game? Fun. You lose points for asking for instructions. Well, fuck you. So it's like, hey, guess what? You just lost points for this. There's a large bonus just for getting in. And there are other ways to determine whether you've been through some of the more harrowing sections. So if you think you've found all the treasures, just keep exploring for a while. If nothing interesting happens, you haven't found them all yet. If something interesting does happen, it means you're getting a bonus and have an opportunity to garner many more points in the Masters section. I may occasionally offer hints if you seem to be having trouble. If you do, when you're in advance, how much it will affect your score to accept the hints. Yes, okay, I do know. Brief, I'm a little bit versed in this kind of thing because it's very mud-like. I mean, it's a text adventure, right? This is pre-Zork, by the way, like to give an idea as to how old this is. Hey, good to see you, Schmuck. You'll be asked the image number. See the game state of the game by saving save. You'll be asked the image number to which the information is to be written. You may then later restart the adventure from that point by supplying that number to the which cave question. Gotcha. So look. East end of the passage. Can we look west? No. If you proceed, you'll likely fall into a pit. We took a lamp. So lamp, light, lamp. Lamp is now on. You're in a debris-filled room filled with stuff washed in from the surface. A low, wide passage with cobbles becomes plugged with mud and debris here. But an awkward canyon leads upward and west. A note on the wall says, magic word Zizi, which is a common reference that I've seen in a lot of games since this thing. A 3-foot black rod with a rusty star on the end lies nearby. Hey, Boix, good to see you. Your inside building. Okay, so it just teleports us back. Welcome, welcome, everybody. Nice. Good Yakuza emote. Hell yeah. But welcome all you cool raiders. I am currently doing some adventure gaming, specifically with adventure, i.e. the first of them. For those that don't know, this is my... Ooh, I didn't actually put this down. This is Colossal Cave Adventure, i.e. the first adventure game ever done. This was written in 1976 originally. We kind of went over its history beforehand. I don't know how I'm ever going to rate it. I wasn't sure I even wanted to accept it because it's such a... It's like rating Pong. But it's an interesting one. Yeah, get out your graph paper and pencil or an eraser and everything else you'll need. All right, so let's go back to the grate. So enter again. There's the magic word. You're in an awkward sloping east-west canyon. You're in a splendid chamber 30 feet high. The walls are frozen rivers of orange stone. An awkward canyon and a good passage exit from east and west sides of the chamber. A cheerful little bird is sitting here singing. Take the bird. The bird was unafraid when you entered, but as you approach it, it becomes disturbed and you cannot catch it. Sing. So we have a lamp. God, you can't even... There's not even an inventory. You just have to remember what you have. We have water, food, lamp, and keys. And the rod where we can say the magic word. I guess we'll just keep going then. Your feet is a small pit breathing traces of white mist. An east passage ends here, except for a small crack leading on. So just down? There we go, okay. You are at one end of a vast hall, stretching forward out of sight to the west. There are openings to either side. Nearby, a wide stone staircase leads downward. The hall is filled with wisps of white mist swaying to and fro, almost as if alive. A cold wind blows up the staircase. There's a passage at the top of a dome behind you. So you can keep going down. Yes, the cave system it describes is mostly a real one. Yeah. It was based on like a cave that he spelunked in Michigan. God, I need to look at that again. I read up a bit of this because I know, yeah. Just look. Mammoth Cave in Kentucky. Right, yes. Mammoth Cave, if I remember correctly, is a really cool, big cave system inside of Kentucky. I think I might have been to part of Mammoth Cave. I used to do a lot of like spelunking when I was younger. Caves are cool. They're also really terrifying, actually. You're in the Hall of the Mountain King, with passages off in all directions. Huge green fierce snake bars the way. Fight snake. Attacking the snake both doesn't work and is very dangerous. Run from the snake. Where? North. Run north, snake. You bought the modern graphical remake of this, but you haven't really played it yet. It seems a bit sacrilegious somehow. Yeah, this isn't a game that I would want to play that way. I honestly don't think that it would hold up. Like, adding graphics to this isn't gonna make it play better. Hall of Mists. A little dwarf just walked around a corner, saw you, threw a little axe at you, which missed, cursed, and ran away. Take axe. Use axe on snake. My lamp is now on. Use axe. Axe snake. Throw axe. Okay. Are you trying to somehow deal with the snake? Yes. I'm prepared to offer you a hint, but it'll cost you points. Sure, let's have the hint. Can't kill the snake or drive it away, or avoid it, or anything like that. Okay. It's a good hint, actually. There's a threatening little dwarf in the room with you. One sharp nasty knife is thrown at you. It misses. Take the knife. Okay. You're on the east bank of a fissure, slicing clear across the hall. The mist is quite thick here. The fissure is too wide to jump. Okay, go back the other way. Little dwarf with a big knife blocks the way. Okay, talk dwarf. Dude, can we just discuss this? So we should be at the crack again. Crack. Crack is far too small for you to follow. Alright, we're in the bird chamber. No way to go north or south. Still in the east-west. No way to go north. No way to go south. Okay. So we have the bird. So I keep on going like north, but it goes down. So I guess there's only downwards. Because like we go up. Although we went like east and we got to the... Or yeah, there's the fissure. Down? Can we climb down? No. Yeah, it seems like if we don't have a way to go... There we are. Okay, so we can go south or we can go west. There is a low room with a crude note on the wall. The note says, "You won't get it up the steps. There's a large sparkling gold nugget of gold here. Take gold." I don't need food. So let's take the gold, and then we will use rod, or fine, Zizzy. What? Interesting. So let's look at the south. Can't go east. Can't go west. North. The dome is unclimbable. Because the nuggets, I guess? No. You've been playing the remake. It's interesting in its own ways. All the room descriptions are narrated. That's neat, yeah. But, like, yeah, some of it doesn't work. Like, the Maze of Twisty Passages is uninteresting when you can see as a 3D space. Yeah. Huh. So we can only do this once? Interesting. It's also weird that you don't have to say the whole word, right? And now it's climbable. Okay. Oop. Actually, so let's take the gold. Drop gold. Okay, the snake doesn't want anything. Here, we'll give it to the snake. Take the nug. I just want my nug. Opening to either side nearby. Oh dear, you didn't make it. You seem to have gotten yourself killed. No. Alright. You are obviously a rank amateur. Okay. To achieve the next higher rating, you need 13 more points. I don't think it actually lets me quit in any way. Unsurprising, again. Even this version, which came out a lot later than the original, is 81. So we've got to think, this game is 43 years old at this point. Just for the DOS port of it. The remake is a project of Roberta Williams. That's funny. Okay, we got all of it. Yeah, so we had to say take for each of them. Open. Oh, wait. Shit. I was supposed to enter. Oh, no. Okay, slit in the stream bed, south. There we go, enter. Okay, take the cage. Oh! On. Lamp is now on. Take rod. Alright, so food in cage. Put food in cage. I'm like, is there a way to, like... The answer to this is very stupid. Is there a way to get the cage, like the bird in the cage? Guess. No. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're at 2 verbs. I'm just trying to figure out how to get... I feel like there's a way to, like, bait the cage. What's the answer to this, Dan? This is a game that, like, we're not going to finish this. I'm not... It's interesting to look at historically, but I'm not going to finish playing through it, right? Like, this was why I did all of these in a row. Although I will say, I thought, like... So this one I put in this... Normally I've been doing adventure games as, like, a longer single day. And I was not going to do it with this because it's just way too basic. I'm not going to do this for 4 hours. The bird is scared of the rod. My God. But I didn't want to do this for 4 hours. The Star Trek one, I knew it was episodic. So I'm like, okay, well, we can do one in like an hour and a half, get an episode done, and then figure it out. The one that I wasn't sure of that I kind of want to do more of is the It Came from the Desert. And that game's really interesting, but there's some things that did make me bounce off of it for sure. So, Rod Bird. Show Rod. Use Rod. Nope. Okay. It does have some great moments, though. That's... Bad end. Okay, so take gold. And now... How did we do it before where it teleported us? What did I do the first time? Because it teleported us to the building. Yeah, I'd like that answered. What did I say the first time? It only works in that one room. Give snake food. Yeah, I played a lot of MUDs back in the day too, but it is, and it's very similar to that, which, I mean, it's a huge influence on MUDs, also known as multi-user dungeons. The problem is, it has the same issue that MUDs do, which are, it's, the problem with it, The debris room. Magic word 6. Huh. Interesting. That a lot of the gameplay ends up being you trying to figure out how the fuck to get the game to acknowledge the thing that you want. So does this use up score every time we do it? It's absolutely how these games work. I mean, yeah, I've played these kinds of things before. But it's very not fun at a certain point. Like, back in the day when there wasn't stuff like this, it's, you know, like, what else did you have to do? This is an interesting thing to just kind of tease out. But it's kind of the equivalent of like a Rubik's Cube. You're sitting there and you're just going, right? And then like once you know the trick of it, then it's not that hard. But it's figuring that out. And in the meantime, it's just like, you know. You don't remember much about the puzzle in this game, but you absolutely remember banging your head against the parser. Yeah. Yeah. The parser is the biggest problem, almost, for sure. So, I mean, I guess that we're probably stuck, because I'm guessing that we need to give the bird to the snake. Can we climb? No. We have water, we have the lamp. Got the rod, but I dropped the rod off. Is the food on the ground? Okay. I like that you can throw it, but it also just is on the ground right near you. I mean, and this is Colossal Cave Adventure. I think that we've seen enough of it. We understand what's going on. And I'm probably going to just leave it here, because this is a game that we will just bang our head against the parser with. And it's neat in what it's doing because of its age. From a modern perspective, it's a lesson in frustration. That's about it. It's not like... This is one where I kind of... This is the other reason why I wasn't sure I wanted to accept it. Because, again, there's like 30 versions of it. But then also... Jesus Christ, where do you rate this fucking thing? Because if you look at it from a perspective of now, do I want to play this game again? Do I want to go through it and figure out all the puzzles and get the best score? Fuck no! Hell no, not ever. I don't want to play this fucking thing. This thing's a piece of shit. That being said, for the time that it came out, was it a piece of shit? No, god damn it. Hell no. It was an incredible landmark. Yeah, like it's this huge feat for early computer programming, and I mean, it's one of the starts of computer gaming in general. But that doesn't make it fun now. It hardly makes it fun back then. This is like an archaeologist pulling up like a hoop and a stick and going, wow, kids used to like, you know, roll this down the street. Yeah, great, cool. Do I want to do that now? No. Who wants to do that? Nobody wants to do this. It's a bit better than that, but yes. This is a proof of concept tech demo. Yeah, this is an idea of like, could I get a game to basically do a choose your own adventure book? And you can. Can I get a computer to do this? Can it actually like react to inputs that I put into it to give us, you know, a little bit of a story. Absolutely you can. Now, making it fun and interesting and easy to use are other problems that this did not solve. But, like, just overcoming that first hurdle was unbelievable. Again, this isn't on a computer in the way that we think of it as modern. It's on a fucking bank of tapes, right? Like, this thing is a nightmare to program and to port and everything. Like, it's a huge landmark. It is impossible to understate how big of a feat this was. But, like, God, I don't ever want to look at it again. Where does that put it? I don't know. Oh, also, this is episode 37, not 36. I just realized. Whoop! Because 36 was the special Blade of Destiny episode. Which, did that not get added into the playlist somehow? Hold up. I might have actually messed that up. Yeah, we're on 37. I just screwed up. Okay, we're good otherwise. Thankfully, we have only 2 games to change. This one, I have no idea what to do with this thing. It is both one of the most influential games of all time, and also not at all interesting to play. It belongs in a museum. It literally does. That is not even a joke. It's... Like I said, these kinds of things actually pose problems and raise up the specter of video game preservation, right? It's hard to preserve these as what they originally were. Look at how hard it was to port over to IBM PCs in the first place. Having it on, like, a tape computer is not really possible anymore, so it's kind of lost media at a certain point, and it also grew, like I said, organically as like a test by Crowther on the MIT computers, and then got found by Don Woods, who expanded it. So it's kind of like, what version of it do you even have at a certain point? But this game does very literally deserve, and should be, and I'm sure it is, kept in like a video game museum in an archive. And it's really awful the way that commercialization of video games in particular has made a lot of it very lost media. And I do think that lost media is a big problem. Like, it might seem like that's nothing, but this is a big historical piece. Like, there's so much that reference it, and knowing where games came from and how art evolves over time is important. I think there's an old documentary about this game, something called, like, Get Lamp. Oh, I'm sure there's a bunch, yeah. It's... Again, it's... like, effect on games over time is impossible to rate, because it is, like, we talked about how hard it is to rate NetHack, because NetHack is such a fundamental foundational piece to video games in general, and this is way more influential than that, because this is influencing Rogue. Like, this is influencing everything, every text adventure, every action adventure. Like, this is, again, not quite the first game ever made, but pretty fucking close. And the way that it's very obviously like this into Zork, into Rogue, into every point-and-click adventure game, like, how different is the world without this? Where we don't necessarily have a Day of the Tentacle and a Maniac Mansion and a NetHack in the ways that we know of them, right? Like, it's touched everything. Yeah, the first ones were played on oscilloscopes, yes. Funny enough, you were looking at something kind of related to the Library of Congress's set of 10 games they call the game canon of the most historically important game. And this didn't make it, but Zork did. Yeah, that seems fucking wrong. Because Zork is so obviously like maybe like a better version of this, but it's definitely just like taking this, right? And working on this. So, where do we rate Adventure? The name for adventure games. You've really done me in with this one, Dan, because this one is an impossible task. 100%. Okay. It's so boring in a lot of ways and clunky to use, like frustrating in trying to get the parser to understand what you want to do for the puzzles. And a lot of the design is so dated and stuff. Like, who cares about a score in this kind of game? Like adventure and... there's no real story and stuff like that. So, like, that side of things, that sucks. Its influence, massive. So I've got, for the part that it sucks, I can't put it higher than 20. For how influential it is, I can't go lower than 30. Is what I'll say. So... Dead in the Middle, 25. Colossal Cave Adventure. What? Is it better than Type Track? What are you saying, Cam? This is for how good games are, not how influential. But it was good for its time. We have to look at them in their context a little bit. Right? Like... Because otherwise, is Star Wars Dark Forces better than Doom? I mean, kind of, yeah, because it's just got extra stuff on it. It's Doom, but with like a couple of extra things. Although I don't think the level design's quite as tight. But, like... At a certain point, the time that it came out does matter to a certain extent. Because, like, in 1977, if I had this, I'd have been like, wow, this is fucking rad as hell, holy shit. You type stuff into this machine and it spits out, like, new stuff at you? That's fucking wild. It even predates the NES? Yeah, predates all the arcades. It predates everything. Almost. Again, this isn't like... predates NES. This is predates, like... Ataris. This predates it predates computers as we know them. Like, it's... The data is fed into a program by the pair that generated plotting commands onto punched tape. Atari was 77, which this predates. That's what I'm saying. This was originally written in... Kitty! Hey, Naya. Yeah, we got the boy back. No. This is what I mean, like, its release is even muddied. it's so hard to even know when it came out, because it was written originally in like 75, 76, around that time. But it was kind of like uncertain because it was never released. It's not something that was released as a game. It was done as like a test by Crowther. And then it was only when Don Woods, who got it second and found it, like, that he did it as more of a release. Hey, Adorkable! Good to see you.
I'm gonna steal the Declaration of Independence.
Alright. Well, actually, I don't want you to tap here. Normally I would make him tap, but also my hand is broken. So I'm not gonna do that. Tap. I guess I'll do it. Tap. Tap. There you go. Good boy. Alright, you have the last 2 treats. Good kitty. Aw, what a good boy. Thanks, Naya. Yeah. I've been healing up okay. I dislocated my finger. I put it up earlier as a thing in chat. Once again, if you would like to see how my hand looked, I'm going for very early morning x-rays tomorrow at like 7. So I need to get off soon, actually, too. But if you would like to see what my hand looked like, you can check it out there. That was about 2 weeks ago. And it's awful. So yeah, that was this finger 2 weeks ago, so I can't use it great. What happened? I fell off my bike. But, in any case, this game is ancient and influential, and I can't rate it as low as it should be for how fun it is. But also, like, this was done as a, like, man, can this even be done? As almost part of it, right? Like, it's... yeah. Like, I'm not saying it wasn't done as a game, but also it was partially done as, like, man, like, I got access to, like, the ARPANET stuff and all this weird shit, so, like, why don't I just do some shit for my own entertainment? Like, it wasn't released as a game commercially in any way. Like, that's not what it was for until much later. So, like, the original version doesn't really exist in a way that we could play. It might be somewhere, I don't know, but, like I said, it got taken off of ARPANET by Don Woods later on in, like, 77. And he basically doubled the code in the game and put in a bunch more vocabulary and did all this extra stuff. And then that's when it got released. And yeah, it wasn't released commercially because there weren't home computers. It was just, like, Don Woods found it on ARPANET. It wasn't even something that he knew any of the people that were involved in it originally. I think that he had to contact him eventually himself. So it's a whole organic kind of, like, process, right? It's something. It's a wild piece of software, and it's incredible that it was even made, but at the same time, it's not exactly interesting to play anymore. What is interesting to play now is it came from the desert. I might want to look at that again. However, I need to go to bed. It's 11:30. I have to be up in like 6 hours. So, well, 7 hours. So I'm going to head off. I haven't even eaten supper. It's been wonderful hanging out with you all. I will be back tomorrow. Have a wonderful night. If you like the stream, those follows mean a lot. You can always check out the full playlist of all of these episodes. And you can check out the episode number next to the list here to find your favorite and where I ranked it and why for my definitive list of games that, I don't know, I feel like I like. The definitive list of what a 38-year-old person thinks about all of these DOS games that I randomly played. But I hope you have a wonderful time. And I am going to host you over to somebody else, so don't go away. You can check out that full playlist. You can join the Discord. It is free for everybody. And if you're a sub or a patron, you can go into the Discord, and there's a special channel just for you, where you can request one game a month to be played on this, and also vote in things like our Rogues Days for new rogues to add, and all kinds of things like that. I try and do some special sub-only stuff every once in a while. I'm gonna send you over to... who? Let's see. I'm gonna say goodbye to the YouTube now. Stop that.